Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order.
This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. This is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. There's an opportunity to call for a recess or break or even to clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided before any action being taken. We appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of any entrances or exits. During city council presentations, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos.
Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Recording in progress.
Oh.
Councilmember Becerra?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez? Councilmember Lopez? Councilmember Fan? Here. Councilmember Vasquez?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Present.
Mayor Mesqua? 4 members present, that is a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement.
For members of the public on Zoom or teleconference, to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand in Zoom now in order to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. This does not apply to public hearing item number 17, for which comments will be heard during that specific public hearing. Please hold your comments or raise your hand on those items until specifically called upon. Thank you.
The first item on the agenda is a Pledge of Allegiance. If you could all please join me in rising and facing our flag, putting your right hand over your heart, and just follow along. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Words of inspiration will be provided by the police chaplain. Please come to the podium.
Tonight I have a little story to share which should be of interest, I think, to everybody, because over 20 years ago I met a young man over in our police department. He was working as a janitor. He's out of high school, going to college, and I could just tell he was driven. He was excited about life. And it wasn't long after that that he talked to me about going into the military, and he wanted to be a chaplain. So we met one time, and he went through his training and everything he had to, and we sent him off. 17 years later, he was back, and this last weekend I got to be with him in Southern California after 17 years of being deployed around the world, Afghanistan. He was on board the Theodore Roosevelt during the time they had COVID. He traveled everywhere where God would send him. He's now a commander, Commander Espinosa. And to see him dressed, standing before the people, remembering where he began among the city, among our department, I had the privilege of asking him one question. I said, "What's the first lesson you learned?" And he said something peculiar. He said, "It's okay not to walk on the moon." I know he looked at me because my face was puzzled, and he said, "Let me explain." He goes, "Over these years, I've learned the people that serve us and help us get where we're going." He goes, "If you think back in history, there was a time when we first landed on the moon. 2 people are always remembered, Buzz Aldrin and Lance Armstrong." He goes, "But nobody remembers Michael Collins. But he was the one that piloted from the Earth to the moon. That ship stayed on board while they were on the moon, retrieved them back up, and then took them home." And he said, "We're surrounded throughout our lives by people who get us where we need to be and where we go. They're the ones that are significant, strategic, at the right time in the right place." And he said, "I learned that over these 17 years. So that simple phrase, "it's okay not to walk on the moon," means they're surrounded by people every single day that are doing great and wonderful things that may not always be in the limelight, but they make a difference. That's why tonight, as you gather here, this room's filled with those people. Our city's filled with those people. And it's a privilege. And I learned from this young man so much in my old age. So God bless you all tonight. Bless our people. Bless our city. Bless our first responders and all those that serve. Have a good night.
Amen to that. That was beautiful. Thank you for that. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. The first presentation is by Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Becerra, please take it away. And if David Moreno and Ismael Guevara for heroic actions could make it up to the podium, please.
Yes, Ismael, David, if you could join me up here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this evening we proudly recognize two individuals who exemplify true courage, selflessness, awareness, and the readiness to act in a moment of need. On February 6, 2026, an unprovoked and violent assault occurred near the 1300 block of East Edinger Avenue. An 81-year-old member of our community was struck without warning, suffering a head injury, facial swelling, and a contusion above his left eye. That wasn't for dramatics, I swear. Given his age and frailty, this attack posed a significant risk of serious harm. After the assault, the suspect fled on foot, and despite being injured, disoriented, and shaken, the victim attempted to actually follow the suspect while also calling out for help. It was at this critical moment that two extraordinary individuals stepped forward. You can guess who I'm talking about over here, right? Ismael Guevara, who was outside his nearby workplace, immediately recognized that the elderly victim was injured and bleeding. Without hesitation, Ismael pursued the fleeing suspect. Ismael successfully caught up to that individual, physically detained him, and maintained control until our police arrived. At the same time, David Moreno observed the suspect running while repeatedly looking back, followed by the injured victim calling for assistance. David quickly assessed the situation and assisted in restraining the suspect, and then immediately contacted 911, providing critical real-time information to our dispatch. Ismael and David helped secure the suspect and ensured that the situation remained controlled and safe until our police officers took the suspect into custody. The actions of Mr. Guevara and Mr. Moreno exemplify the very best of our community. Because of their quick thinking and bravery, a violent suspect was detained, further harm was prevented, and justice was able to move forward. Ismael and David placed themselves at risk to protect an elderly neighbor and assist law enforcement without any expectation of recognition or an award. So I wanted them to know, and for our entire community to know, that their actions are appreciated. And this is what Santa Ana looks like, a community that is compassionate, that will drop whatever they're doing to help one another, a community that has each other's back, that will protect those who are being harmed here in our community. So today it's my honor on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council to recognize David Moreno and Ismael Guevara and thank them for their heroic acts and service to our community. Let's give them a round of applause.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Do you guys like to say a couple words?
Go for it. We were just in the right time and the right moment. We were hoping for any reward or recognition. We just saw someone in need of help that day, and we did what we had to do on site to be able to help this person get the aid that he needed and the help to him. That's it. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here, and it's my first time being here. So I just wanted to say that, like you said, we were at the right place. It was bad timing for the man, but as soon as I saw him, I was like, hey, what happened to you? He yelled out, that guy just assaulted me. So my first reaction was, go after him. Don't let him go. So after that, he came to assist me, and we were able to get the situation settled. So thank you very much for this recognition.
Okay, thank you guys. Sure. All right, the next presentation is by Councilmember Lopez to Arely Munguia for exceptional service to the community. You could please both make your ways up.
Hi, is that Ellie here? Oh, hi, Ellie. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Today, I'm actually really thrilled to be recognizing and honoring a truly remarkable young resident of our city. Arely Munguia, a Santana native who has dedicated herself to uplifting our community and sharing our rich culture with joy, authenticity, and heart, often commuting by foot or public transit, Arely knows our community like the back of her hand. Arely has harnessed the power of social media in a uniquely positive way. Going beyond entertainment, Arely built an online community space that sparks joy and encourages cultural pride. But it does so much more than that. Instead of letting social media become a distraction, she turned it into a platform for meaningful connection and community building where others see themselves reflected and feel encouraged to grow. From this purposeful online presence, her creative persona, payasa, in Spanish it's payasa, in English it's clown. Payasa is a character that has become a source of inspiration and courage for many in our city. More than just a performance, payasa is a symbol of identity, Latino America pop culture, resilience, and artistic expression. She views herself as a canvas, cultivating humor, beauty, and soul to every piece of content that she creates. Through payasa, Arely reminds us all how quickly we grow from children to adults, and everything that happens in between, and how important it is to keep joy and cultural pride alive along the way. The payasa payaso has always been a symbol of resistance and creativity under an economic system that is not equal. It does not recognize micro businesses, entrepreneurs, home-based businesses, and has pushed people to the point of asking themselves, how can I survive? It is not simply putting makeup on your face and calling yourself a clown. It's street theater, micro business ownership, and cultural tradition wrapped together. It is ultimately creative resilience, again, in an unequal system. Arely's journey hasn't always been easy. She once described herself as shy and introverted young person, someone who hesitated to step into the spotlight. But by breaking out of her shell, she not only discovered parts of herself she had not known before, she became a light for so many in our community who are on their own journey of self-discovery and confidence. Arely's story is a testament of power, of creativity, resilience, authenticity, and community spirit, and ultimately a reminder of the places we come from and the struggles that so many people are experiencing today. So today, we not only celebrate her for what she has achieved here locally, but for the way that she continues to uplift us all, reminding everyone the culture, joy, our heart are at the center of our community. And so we want to thank Areli for being a voice of joy, a champion of culture, and a proud daughter of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Aside from the very kind words that Miss Jessie Lopez had to say about me this evening, I wouldn't be able to be here if it weren't for the people in my life who either have been in the past or still are to this day, and who I have yet to meet along the way. I knew that I would get this way, which is why I also just wanted to write down a few points that, no matter where we come from and what we look like, and despite the number of eyes that I may have on me or how I may appear on the screen, I have people who I hold close to my heart and would do anything for, even if it may not come easy at times. And no matter where we come from and what we look like, we are no better than anything or anyone to treat someone else differently or less than a human being. Thank you.
Okay, the next presentation is by Councilmember Fan to Tai Nguyen in recognition of the 2026 Tut Lunar New Year.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting. I will blame my colleagues for taking too long in closed session. Well, as some of you may know, today represents or is the Tet Lunar New Year. In Vietnamese, we call it Tết Nguyên Đán. And it's celebrated on the second new moon after the winter solstice and can fall any time between late January and the middle of February on the solar calendar. So according to many Asian cultures, this year's Tet falls on February 17th and marks the first day in the year of the horse. People born in the year of the horse are known to be energetic, independent, and freedom-loving individuals. They are also known for their adventurous spirit, quick wit, and strong social connections, often excelling as entrepreneurs or athletes. Today, the City of Santa Ana and I want to present Tai Nguyen with this proclamation and to recognize him for his great contributions to the Vietnamese American community. And obviously, great people are always named Tai, right? Yes. And so Tai Nguyen is a Vietnamese American fashion designer based out of Orange County, California, and he used to be a Santa Ana resident. And in 2002, he graduated from the Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising and joined BCBG Maxazaria. That's fantastic. And with all this experience, he eventually stepped out of the shadows to pursue his own creative vision, which sparked a journey that evolved into a clothing line and a brand known for modern feminine styling adorned with exquisite detailing. I heard about Tai in the middle of COVID. Think back to 2020, and all of us spending our time watching Netflix. And if you remember Say I Do, our favorite fairy gown mother, Tai Nguyen, was designing the wedding gowns for these couples, and that, I was living out my dreams. And, and ever since then, I've been following you on social media, all the work that you've done, and some of you might even recognize his wonderful designs because he's designed fantastic ao dais and events for major red carpet events, such as for Kelly Marie Tran, the black and gold ao dai for the premiere of Raya and the Last Dragon. Ali Wong at the Time 100 Gala, personal hero, and Karuchi Tran at the Gold Gala. Maybe one day I will be lucky enough. No pressure, no pressure. Okay.
Consider it done.
And my birthday's in December.
Yes,
Okay.
so is mine.
That's right, fellow Sagittarius. We are the best. And so, but despite all of this, and I don't know with what time, running his own business, being on TV, designing for other people, he has written a book. He co-wrote a book called Mais Ao Yai, a children's book created to inspire and educate younger generations to embrace and appreciate their culture and heritage through the Ao Yai. And he just told me, and you're gonna have to talk about it a little bit more, he's doing a documentary. Like, you need to calm down. All right, we can't all live up to those standards.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. But if you do the premiere, Mr. City Manager, we can have it in Santa Ana. Yes, thank you. The gateway to Little Saigon, just wanted you to know that. And the mural. And so today, please help me in thanking Tai Nguyen for joining us and for all the contributions you've made to the Vietnamese American community. And so now the City of Santa Ana declares February 17th, 2026 as Tết Nguyên Đán, or Lunar New Year, and we encourage all of our residents to celebrate the richness and the cultural heritage within our community and recognize the value contributions of Vietnamese Americans and Asian Americans to Santa Ana. With that, chúc mừng năm mới, and we wish you lots of happiness, longevity, and lots of money. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this recognition. I'm so surprised by this because Santa Ana, our first home was in Santa Ana, and our mom, well, my partner's mom is living in Santa Ana now. And so Santa Ana, Orange County, Little Saigon is a home for us since we immigrated into the United States from Vietnam in 1993. My parents are actually in Seattle, so they couldn't be here today. So today we have my partner who's been with me for, this October will be 20 years. And his siblings and some of our friends are here today for this special occasion. And I just want to, beside what she said, what Ty said about Ty, I just want to say thank you for this recognition. It means a lot when it's coming from home, from a community that have been supporting me all these years. As immigrants, as a child of immigrants, in an Asian household, there's expectation. A, lawyer, B, doctor, C, engineer, D, disappointment. So as an immigrant son, a gay son who's a fashion designer, it has been a lot of disappointments. But I use those disappointments as motivation, as an inspiration to listen to my heart, follow my passion to do what I love. And I'm so grateful that I get to wake up every morning to do what I love, to create beautiful design for beautiful people. And I think that's what life is all about. And today, I have our nieces are actually at home doing homework, but our nephews are here today. I just want to let them know that embrace your differences and be proud of who you are and use those differences to inspire you to become good human in this society, in this world, and do something good for the world. And I'm really proud and really grateful to be alive and to do what I love. And get this, I'm speechless. I mean, I've been talking a lot, so I'm not really speechless.
As speechless as Ty's can be.
Yeah, and so I'm thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, and Happy Lunar New Year, chúc mừng năm mới, and I wish you all great health, happiness, and lots of love. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for that great presentation, Councilmember Fan and Chuk Mangnamoy. With that, Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and members of the public, there's no reportable action from tonight's closed session.
Thank you for that, Madam City Attorney. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain to the public comment procedures and call the first speakers.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2025-004, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that may disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Before calling speakers, I'll report the summary of emails. As of today, by 2 p.m., the city did receive 12 e-comments on non-agenda topics. Those were distributed to the City Council and posted online for public review. We'll now hear from members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber, followed by those on conference call or Zoom to provide comments on agenda or non-agenda items, with the exception of public hearing number 17, which will be heard separately later. Please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. When you hear your name in the council chamber, if you could please line up in the center aisle behind the podium. First 3 speakers, Tom Frazier, Johan Lopez, and Manuel Avila.
Hi, well, a few things tonight. First, Ty, Happy New Year. She left, and to the rest of y'all, all y'all, happy Mardi Gras as well. Couple things. First thing, I'd like for the First Street Multimodal Boulevard project study, I'd like you all to look at the recommendations of strong towns. I don't know if they were included in these final 3 or 4 revisions of that project, but again, strong towns is very involved in that, and I think they had some good proposals. One Broadway Plaza, it's coming up in all your guys' future. Real quick here, I did attend the Sunshine meeting a couple of weeks ago. Approximately 30 people were there, maybe 6 or 7, probably Harris people, so very low attendance. I am pro-development, but reasonable development. This thing is a boondoggle. And unfortunately, the mayor's not here because Hera is chatting it up like he has the mayor in his back pocket, saying that she's all for this, it's gonna increase revenue in the city. This thing's a boondoggle. It is luxury apartments. He's claiming that they're gonna be market rate apartments. No way. He said they're starting out at the Rafferty level, which I think is $3,000 to $4,000, and the prices are going to increase as you go up the tower because you get the better view, okay? Chiefly 600 plus units, chiefly studio apartments and 1-bedroom apartments. That's not going to be serving our residents. We got people here fighting, families fighting for housing here, and we're gonna go with this boondoggle of a project. So really, everybody, especially people that are running for office, I hope he hasn't paid you guys off already and he doesn't have you in his back pocket, because it's crazy. 37-story building, 2 5-star restaurants on the top of the building, 9-story parking garage, 2,400 parking spots. Ain't gonna happen. Real quick, I'm running out of time. Chief's not here, but you know what's come up in time, Chief. It was, I don't know if it's serendipity is the right word or not. We honored 2 people for stepping up to people that got assaulted. I've witnessed 2 assaults by these thugs that have gone around jumping out and picking up people off the street. It is very disturbing. It's about time our local
Tom,
PD,
your time is up.
DA, or somebody does something about it. Thanks.
Johan Lopez, Manuel Avila, Carla Alvarado.
Hello, ma'am. This is my time? When does it start? Hello, my name is Manuel Antonio Avila, and I have a very big project for you guys. Last time I was here, I talked about the Emmanuel Bible prophecy and Matthew Chiali, but now I have the explanation of the Emmanuel Bible prophecy, and you can see that it is a powerful prophecy. It's something that I found artistically, and I love it as an artistic beauty, and I try to reminisce and emulate Jesus with the art structure that the Lord has given you. My name is Manuel, and my art structure has so much power that I think the government should make like a funny introduction of it or explanation that it is like beautiful. I'm not saying that it's God, because God can be anything, like different religions and stuff. But look at this. The prophecy says, Leviticus 23:5 says, "In the 14th day of the first month, at even is the Lord's Passover." And my birthday is actually basically twilight on Passover, the 14th day of the first month. And I found out that my prophecy got stronger. That's one of the powerful things. That my prophecy is the 14th day of the first month, but I found out that my soulmate, who's very important in Hinduism and Christianity, both prophecies of Vishnu and Jacob, I just found out yesterday, on the day after Thanksgiving, that Leah Lucas's birthday actually does correlate towards my birthday infinitely overlappingly with the exact date. So Leah's birthday is Passover too, because Passover can be celebrated on the 15th of the first month. And then it's my history that allows Leah to actually bask in my friend's birthday, because their birthdays are connected in my brain and they never got disconnected. So it's actually a loophole of my life that allows Leah's birthday to ramshire out of the art and see her birthday February 18th as Passover out of the Bible. It was pretty cool because 15 and 18 are linked to my brain, and 15th is one of the dates that can be converted for Passover celebration. And it also says that February is one of the months that can be converted towards Passover celebration, where they celebrate it over on either the 14th or the 15th, and that converts toward the 18th because those two friends are linked together. The birthday competitively, where I don't know which one is which. And then look at this. And they departed from Ramses in the first month on the 15th day of the first month, on the morrow after the Passover. So those are 4 verses about Passover in the Bible. That's my birthday. Joshua 5:10 is another Passover verse. 2 Chronicles chapter 30, verse 2. For the king had taken counsel on his princes and all the congregation of Jerusalem to take the Passover in the second month. So that's the one I found that amplifies my prophecy so powerfully in a way where it was already powerful. And then I think the Christian community updated it. But if you see, I don't know if you can see this and blow it up, it has a whole bunch of cool Bible verses. And this is another rap group that I believe that should be rewarded as an essential angel within our government, because they actually breached enlightenment and education with 10 of our prophecy and the artistic structure that it represents and that it could become. And all this is the art synchronicities that the Clockwork Indigo movement had provided towards elaborating upon our prophecy, and how they have wrapped around me and my friend Leah infinitely. And we're so grateful. Please reward the Clockwork Indigo movement, please. I love you. Sorry, I didn't explain all of them. But I'll have more meetings with you guys. I love you. The prophecy did get stronger. I was betting so much that...
Johan Lopez, Carla Alvarado, and Crystal Gallegos.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Santa Ana City Council. Especially good afternoon, Ms. Jessie Lopez. Good afternoon. My name is Johan Lopez, and I am a lifelong resident of Santa Ana, raised in a low-income household by immigrant parents. And I stand before you today as a first-generation college student at UCLA. My family story is not unique in the city. It is a story of many families here, families who work hard, who care deeply for one another, and who too often must choose between essential needs because healthcare remains out of reach. I am also a cancer survivor. That experience changed the way I understand medicine, prevention, and time itself. When you are faced a life-threatening illness, you learn very quickly that prevention is not abstract. Early detection is not theoretical. It is the quiet difference between suffering that could have been avoided and healing that arrives in time. That is why I'm here today. Our clinic, the Community Dental Care, is located at 1600 North Broadway in Santa Ana, that is currently providing free dental screenings and treatment with no out-of-pocket costs, 6 days a week, for many residents in our city, especially working families, immigrants, veterans, and those living paycheck to paycheck. This is not simply helpful, it is essential. In low-income communities, the question is rarely whether people value their health. The question is whether they can afford to protect it. Too often, pain is endured in silence because care feels financially impossible, or because navigating the healthcare system feels overwhelming. When prevention is inaccessible, small problems become emergencies, and emergencies become lifelong burdens. This clinic exists to interrupt that cycle. It is supported direct by members by the local community who believe that access to dental care is not a privilege reserved by a few, but a basic form of dignity that every resident deserves. The staff is fully bilingual in English and Spanish, with Vietnamese teams, members, and volunteers who reflect the cultural richness of Santa Ana. Free dental screenings are not minor services. They are moments of protection. They allow cavities to be treated, gum disease to be controlled, and oral cancer to be detected before it becomes life-threatening. They reduce lifetime health costs, prevent missed days of school and work, and preserve something we rarely name but always feel: the simple stability of being well. Today, I respectfully ask the City of Santa Ana to help ensure that every resident knows this resource exists. Through letters, through city newsletters, social media, schools, community centers, and partnerships with veteran organizations, we have the ability to transform awareness into action and prevention into protection. Because when healthcare is accessible, children learn without pain, parents work without fear, families remain financially stable, and the entire city grows stronger. Santa Ana has always been a city defined not only by struggle, but by resilience, by neighbors caring for neighbors, and by communities refusing to leave one another behind. Expanding awareness of preventative dental care is one small but meaningful way we can continue that traditional care. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your continued commitment to the people of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Carla Alvarado, followed by Crystal Gallegos and Victor Fuentes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Carla Alvarado. Did you guys all receive my email 2 weeks ago after we were here? All of you guys? I'm hoping that you guys did. It's been 2 weeks since I reached out to you guys, to the city, and I honestly want to know if you guys were left homeless like a lot of us are still. Facing this, and it's a rapid thing going on. Would you guys have acted this slow? 15 days might not seem like a lot to you guys, but honestly, time is the essence, and it's critical that we get something done. I'm sure that there's a lot more that can be done, and it's really, it might not seem like it is being addressed or given the priority that it needs to be, but honestly, we're still hurting. I still haven't been allowed to sell my home. I'm still suffering. My kids are still hurting. So, like I was asking if you guys received that email, we stood here and swore allegiance earlier to liberty and justice for all. Those words are supposed to mean something, not just when it's convenient, not just when it looks good, but when residents stand here asking to be treated fairly. So where is that liberty? Where is justice when people are ignored, when people are dismissed or pushed aside? A pledge is a promise, and tonight it feels hollow. We are not asking for special treatments. We're asking for the same justice we just pledged to uphold. If those words are going to be spoken in this chamber, they should be honored in action, not just recited as ceremony. We're here today because we exercised our First Amendment and civil rights, and we were punished for it. We feel like our city has failed us. We live in fear and are targeted daily by the corporation, an outside corporation, and by our management. Our residents are here hiding, crying daily in our community. What are you guys gonna do about it? Every day that goes by is crucial for us. We deserve justice. That sign back there that you have, e pluribus unum, it says, it means out of many one. That's what I think that my city means. This is not a motto. It's a promise. Our city has broken individually. We're overlooked together. We're evidenced together. We demand justice, transparency, and the protections of our civil rights that our civil rights guarantee. We will not be ignored. We won't be silenced. E pluribus unum, out of many one, isn't just historical, is a reminder of collective strength. When people are facing pressure, injustice, and instability, the phrase speaks to a simple truth. Individuals acting alone are often dismissed. United, a group is harder to be ignored. We're strongest when we act as one, calmly, clearly, and together. You were elected to serve the people, yet we're left homeless.
Carla, your time is up.
And powerless while systemic abuse unfolds before your eyes. You want to say something real quick?
Okay. Good evening, City Council. My name is Krista Gallegos, and I live in Ward 5. I want to speak today on a non-agenda item. I live really close by to where this project is being proposed, the One Broadway Plaza. I literally live right across the street from it. I've grown up, and on January 28th, some neighbors and I attended the Sunshine meeting hosted by Caribou Industries. And I came into the meeting thinking I'm going to keep an open mind, see if they've made any changes to the project. They haven't. It's the same as it is before. And I went away. I left that meeting feeling very scared for myself and for my neighbors of how this project would impact our neighborhood. This project proposes a 37-story tower or skyscraper that will only include luxury housing options, as a member of the public shared before I did, that will only really help people who aren't low income or need the housing here in the city. Not only is the height of this building highly concerning, again, 37 stories, which is a lot bigger than any other existing buildings in the area, but also the impact to congestion, traffic, and air pollution, and also the obliviousness, I would say, of the developers of this project. At the Sunshine meeting, there wasn't much concern of the schools and the children and the families who live in the area. And as someone who's literally lived there all my life, I attended El Sol Academy, that's right across the street. It just caused a lot of worry for myself and my neighbors in the Willard neighborhood. So I seriously think that in between everything that has impacted our Santa Ana community, like in the past few years, we've had COVID, we've had the OC streetcar, which unfortunately has affected our downtown businesses. Right now we're having these ICE raids. I feel like the last thing we really need right now is a luxury development that'll only really cater to, honestly, no one who really lives in the neighborhood or who needs this type of housing. So that being said, if there's anyone watching who would like to get involved, please, you can always talk to me, anyone at home or here who's interested to learn more about this One Broadway Plaza project. Myself and a few neighbors in Willard are getting together, and we're just trying to do our best to make sure you all know about this project, which I'm sure you do, and make sure that anyone who wasn't aware that they can find information and connect with each other as neighbors so we can support each other. So yeah, those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Victor Fuentes. Yeah, the reason I'm here is because I'm living proof and living witness of what my fellow neighbors just talk about of the place of Coach Royale that we're living in. So we're not living in a community anymore. So we're living in a dictatorship there because I'm not against any rules and regulations, but I'm against the rules and regulations that they fit their will. So they told us flat out that we have to pretty much be like robots and follow whatever they saying. And the reason we've been punished, obviously I'm getting evicted too. I don't know if next week I'll be homeless or not. So I'm here to ask for help. Obviously, we fighting a Goliath because they have money, they have lawyers, and they have plenty of resources. And we're David. And even though we don't have the resources, we have the strength to fight because we're not making things up. We're speaking the truth. And I think the truth is something that it doesn't matter how much money you have. The truth always is going to win. So right now, I really thank you all. Obviously, this is my first time speaking to an audience, and I'm a little bit nervous and emotional because obviously I have a family, and I don't know if my kids are gonna be homeless, even though they're adults. They still with us. We're family-oriented, and I wouldn't know where we're gonna be next week because next week is what I wanna see what's gonna happen. So we're getting evicted, and not because we break any rule and regulation. It's because they don't like us. We speak our truth. We fight for our rights, and we stand up. And we stand up as a community, and that's what they fear us. So obviously, like I said, they have the money. We don't. So we need help, orientation, and obviously guide us to fight this Goliath. And because we're speaking the truth, I mean, we're not hiding anything. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that concludes the public speakers that are present. We'll now go to the Zoom speaker. When unmuted, please announce your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in within the city for the record. Victor Mendez, please unmute and make your comment.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So number 19 for your work session on the East First Street multimodal project. So I recommend tonight you approve the East Side concept, which is presented on slide number 48. That project will run from Zoo Lane to Seston Avenue. The project has been deferred for several months, but the timing is still very good. In fact, it's perfect. The area is primed for this project, and moving forward will certainly provide outstanding returns to the substantial amount of money the city's already invested, particularly in the cleanup and the upgrade of various businesses and the street itself. So please continue all the progress that's been made along East First Street by greenlighting this particular part tonight and moving it forward. Staff did a very good job in putting that out, carving that out, and I hope you can consider that. Number 8, the general liability and work comp payment report. You know, I had kind of a mixed reaction. First, it's good to know Santa Ana PD has taken a very proactive response to reducing or eliminating the trends that were presented on the work compensation side and seems well positioned for success based on my conversations. However, the report does not include the critical drivers in work comp, namely attorney fees and medical costs. Those are huge, and they kind of, underscore what's really happening. The other aspect is that, I think the report in itself indicates the need for strong litigation strategies, bring these cases to a more effective closure. Also, the report didn't really include aggregates, which would have been good to have and to understand magnitude of size, etc. Finally, it's very difficult to understand why this report was never issued up until now, despite a council resolution over the past 7 years. And as a citizen, I've commented on this over the last 5 of those 7 years. So this is a very difficult circumstance to accept. I understand you're moving forward, new city manager, new chief of police, et cetera, but I think there's some staff that have been around since then, and I think you need to have a reckoning about that to make sure that it does not repeat itself in the future. Lastly, on the city manager report, a few comments. $32,000 for a Christmas tree, and that's all good, but perhaps an artificial tree can be procured and save us some money down the road over the longer term. $19,000 for employee recognition catering, and I think employee recognition is important, but consider the optics as fees are increased for residents. Number 70, $499,000 for stripping. I think that might be misplaced or a typo, because the report's supposed to be for under $50,000. And lastly, number 107, $3,700 for furniture for a wellness room for Santa Ana PD. I think it's money well spent. It'll certainly hopefully go toward injury prevention and productivity for our police department, which in turn helps with better response time and a better staff.
Victor, your time is up.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that concludes the public speakers this evening.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Consent calendar items numbers 4 through 15 are before us. Council members, please announce any items that you will be abstaining from due to a conflict. And if there are any requests to pull an item for consent from the consent calendar, please, for further discussion, please do so now.
If there's none to pull, I will go ahead and move the agenda.
I'll second the calendar.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Motion by Councilmember Becerra and second by Councilmember Hernandez to move the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, will you please have the roll call?
Yes, I did open.
Go ahead. One second.
Apologies, I
Councilmember
don't have anything to pull or recusal, but there was a recusal on the closed session item that was added.
We had 2 items of potential litigation on the agenda, and when it was discovered what those were and disclosed in closed session, Councilmember Van recused herself from
And did not participate and left the room,
participate.
but I can't announce who it is.
Correct.
But it is a conflict of interest due to my employer. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Fan. Madam Clerk, may I please have the roll call?
Motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez to approve consent calendar items 4 through 15. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez? Yes. Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with the recorded absence by Mayor Amezcua. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's see, where are we now? So that takes care of items. Item numbers. Now we go on to item number 16 from the business calendar. That's kind of a first that we don't have any consent calendar discussion, so it threw me off a little bit. Thank you, colleagues. But number 16 of the business calendar is an ordinance prohibiting anti-competitive automated rent price fixing. Mr. City Manager, may we please have the staff presentation?
Executive Director, Community Development, Mike Garcia will make the presentation.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. The item before the City Council for consideration tonight would allow the City of Santa Ana to follow a process that has been actually handled in a lot of other cities, such as Berkeley, San Diego, Portland. The Department of Justice, to give a little background, they moved forward on a lawsuit against RealPage. That was settled back in November. The state of California in October, the governor signed into law some changes that went into effect January 1st, and so that provides additional protection. And all of this is related to an algorithm that has been created that would unfairly create the rental market rent rates. And so what cities throughout the U.S. have done is adopt an ordinance, and that is what is before the council today. The lawsuit between the city of Berkeley and RealPage has also been settled. And so what this would do is allow the city council to put the ordinance on the books here in Santa Ana. So if anything changes at the state level, our residents are protected and the ordinance will be on the books here in Santa Ana. And if anything else happens, you can always make an amendment to the ordinance in the future to the section of the municipal code if it is approved. And what it's doing is an algorithm has been created with different companies. RealPage is one of them. And what it does is it takes information that's publicly available and stuff that might not be publicly available, and they're trying to set what a market rate would be for all 2-bedroom apartments, for instance, in Santa Ana. Well, depending on where that apartment is, how old a building might be, they should be very different in those rental rates. And so what the algorithm is doing is creating an unfair advantage for landlords. And so what the ordinance would do is prohibit the use and the sale of algorithms to landlords within the city of Santa Ana. If there are any additional questions, I'm here to provide additional answers and advice.
Thank you for that, Director Garcia. So there's no PowerPoint presentation, correct, Mr. City Manager? Wonderful. Okay. I will now turn it over to my colleagues. If anyone has, Councilmember Hernandez, go ahead, followed by Councilmember Becerra and Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa. Thank you for the presentation, Director Mike Garcia. I had the pleasure of meeting with staff for my agenda review, and I'm happy with the city attorney's work on this item. I'll make a motion to move this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that motion, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Becerra, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So my question goes back to, and I don't know if this is going to be for Director Garcia or our city attorney, but so I was a little frustrated because when this item came before us last time, we talked about litigation that the city of Berkeley was facing. And that litigation was significant enough that Berkeley hit the pause button on their ordinance. And so my concern was, in looking at the staff report and the draft ordinance, there was one mention of Berkeley, one mention. And it said, RealPage filed a federal lawsuit against the city of Berkeley in April 2025, challenging their ordinance that bans landlords from using algorithmic revenue management software for setting rates. While the litigation is pending and as RealPage will be monitored, city renters cannot wait for the lawsuit to run its course. With all due respect, I disagree, because I think our city renters, our city homeowners, our city businesses are better served when the city is not facing frivolous lawsuits. Director Garcia, you said that the litigation has been settled.
That's correct. At the time we had, when the staff report was being prepared, we had heard they were coming to a settlement, and our city attorney staff has mentioned that it has indeed been settled.
So when was it settled?
The case actually settled, according to our records, on January 14th of this year, 2026. When we prepare these types of things, our staff will look at updates. They'll look at like a PACER system. That's where they actually, court clerks will enter information. Today, actually, quite frankly, based on some questions that you asked, I asked my staff to not just rely on that, but to actually call up to the Berkeley City Attorney's Office. They were able to make that connection, and I was advised that that was settled on the 14th. And that they had actually adopted a new ordinance. So we took a look at that ordinance today. We looked at it. We believe that the ordinance that's in front of you, because that ordinance that we presented to you was not based on Berkeley's ordinance, it was actually based on San Diego's ordinance. San Diego had already made some improvements to their ordinance in light of the Berkeley litigation. So we actually crafted ours more along the San Diego lines. And then we went and redlined the old Berkeley ordinance with the new Berkeley ordinance, and we do not believe that our ordinance needs to have any changes. There was one thing in a recital in the Berkeley ordinance which said what the ordinance is not intended to do. If you wanted to add that, it might be a nice thing to add, but it's not legally necessary. The ordinance that we have before you, we believe, is legally sound.
So you said that the litigation was settled in January.
January 14th.
And did Berkeley adopt their new ordinance yet?
I believe that they have. I think that was the information that we got today.
Okay, I guess I'm just going to express my frustration that you have a city like Berkeley who has demonstrated a commitment to their residents, and they put forth this ordinance, or their version of the ordinance, and they were facing litigation. And so they said, whoa, this is going to be, and their quote was, significant cost for the city. So they hit the pause button. Berkeley did, right? Berkeley hit the pause button. Here in Santa Ana, that same concern was raised, and yet our staff, and I'm looking at the city attorney and community development, one mention of the word Berkeley. One mention. And that was, yeah, well, it's too important to wait. I don't, that just seems very reckless. It seems very irresponsible to just simply, oh yeah, it's happening, oh well. I mean, so I guess what I'm frustrated also is just the timing. I mean, did nobody bother to check before the staff report came before us? I mean, Madam City Attorney, I mean, I look at Mike Garcia because this is within his shop, but this is a legal issue. Are you not checking, especially because we talked about it in open session? It wasn't like it was just something that sprung up in an email today. This is something that was known about this item, that there's a litigation in another city with significant costs to that city, and yet when this report came to us, nothing in the report, but in the ordinance, the draft ordinance, there's one mention of Berkeley, and it says, yeah, but it's too important, we got to pass.
We added that recital after staff had prepared the ordinance. Our office actually added the reference to Berkeley because you know that I like to disclose to you when we believe there's litigation out there. But we also presented that because, as you may recall, when the item was brought forward, we were actually directed to prepare it. There was direction to do that. We then got a call from our staff asking us to prepare it, and that's what we did. So I totally understand your frustration. I totally understand that you have concerns, but we did our best to disclose from the legal standpoint. That's why we disclosed it. Based on your question, I wanted to follow up with the city of Berkeley. Our staff did that just this morning, and we found out that it had been settled.
So your reference in here, again, in the ordinance, the recital that you're talking about, all it says is that RealPage filed a federal lawsuit against the city of Berkeley in April 2025. It doesn't say, hey, council, just FYI, you may want to be concerned that there could be some significant costs. You don't mention anything, just simply the fact is A lawsuit was filed.
Well, but if you go back and look at the time, and I just want to make sure I get this correct, when I think it was Councilmember Lopez, when you raised this issue and you asked your colleagues to bring it forward, we had a very extensive conversation about that. If you go back and read the transcripts, you'll see that we did that, and notwithstanding that, we were asked to draft the ordinance. So I don't question your policy direction.
No, but this isn't about whether you were asked to draft the ordinance or not. This is your role to say to us, this is fine. In other words, everything you're telling us verbally tonight,
yes,
everything you're telling us should have been in the staff report. I don't think that's an unfair thing to ask of the city attorney to warn the council of potential litigation.
Well,
right?
I believe that I made that disclosure at the earlier conversation when this item was presented to me for review, because I review the ordinance. I put that disclosure in the ordinance.
So you didn't think it was necessary when the item came back to remind us of the potential litigation issues? I just want to be clear. Is that
I do not. I believe that I was
Okay.
very adamant at the first meeting in disclosing to you what I thought were considerable risks, and notwithstanding those risks, I was given direction by a majority of the council, and I have to perform at the majority vote.
It's not about performing for the majority. It's about just giving all of us your legal advice. That's what it is. It's not saying, look, I'm going to support this ordinance tonight. Let me finish. I'm going to support this ordinance tonight. But my hesitation going into it, and what I expressed at the previous meeting, was the concern about litigation. All you had to put in here is some of what we talked about earlier today via email, which was, yeah, I looked it up, and yeah, you're fine. But it took my inquiry today for you to disclose that to us. We didn't know that when we had the discussion before. So it's fair to say,
Councilmember Becerra,
hold on. There are new facts that were introduced. I think that's something you should have included in the staff report.
I don't draft staff
Thank you.
reports. Mayor Pro Tem, if I may just have an
Madam City
opportunity
Attorney.
to respond. I don't draft staff reports. I don't review staff reports. Unless I see an issue, I will ask staff to show me a staff report. And if I believe there are issues that need to be disclosed, I will disclose them. In this particular case, the council, I would ask the council members, were well aware that this ordinance had created litigation in Berkeley. Notwithstanding that, we were asked to draft the ordinance. So what I did do is disclose it in the recitals, because I think that a fair criticism would be if I didn't say anything to you, if I didn't reference Berkeley. It is a very careful balance to point out to you, after you've made a policy decision to move forward on something, to point out to you, hey, look, slow down, caution. I think that's what we did by adding that language in the ordinance. We prepared it and we gave it back to staff. If staff wanted to change their staff report and add a further information about that, that would be their job to do.
You think the city manager should be adding in legal advice?
No, but I think if staff is aware that we have legal concerns, I don't draft the staff reports. I can give advice, and I often do suggest that they do this or that, but we don't draft the staff reports.
No, that's fine.
Okay,
I didn't say
well,
draft
we're
the staff
going to come
report,
back
but
to you,
have
Councilmember
offered
Becerra.
legal advice before.
Councilmember Lopez, can you please go ahead?
Yes, thank you. Well, first I want to thank our team, the city manager's office and the city attorney's office, because this is good policy. This will protect all the renters of our city. It does not matter if you're in a market rate unit or not, right? The purpose here is to prohibit the consolidation of our local housing market, which is, again, just contributing to the bigger issue of people who are getting rent increases year after year because perhaps their data is being used against them. And so my job is to fight for good policy. This is something that we strongly believe in. This is something that the state obviously has heard the calls of thousands of people, and not just our state, but many other jurisdictions. And so I do recall when we had this conversation with my office introduced this item, the concerns that other cities were essentially experiencing. This council is not new to the strategy of litigation being used as a strategy to stop good policy from being implemented. And so that's really at the core issue here, and part of the direction was that your offices spoke to these jurisdictions that had defeated or that had settled so that we could learn what they did differently so that we could implement that. And so again, I wanna thank you. I know you've all been working on this over the holidays, because you also recognize the benefit that I will have for our constituents. I do want to thank my colleagues. They supported this, which is why it moved forward and it is coming back. And I think that people can understand why this is needed, not just in the city of Santa Ana, but I think as a model in terms of a blueprint that other cities can also implement that can be litigation proof, right? Because we're not taking another city's ordinance and just copying and pasting. We're actually comparing them. We're figuring out what worked here, what didn't work here. So again, for us, I just want to thank our team for the work that they've done. We believe that this is good policy, and ultimately this is policy meant to protect all of the renters of our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Vasquez, please.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Lopez for bringing this to the dais and for the vote and the remarks we had. Thank you for the work that we had in preparation. Madam City Attorney, I do remember you bringing up Berkeley, and we knew we had a struggle in front of us as we called this to be moved on. Now that Berkeley has won, it is more useful to us to have this policy ready to go. In my ward, in the center of Santa Ana, a one-bedroom is now $2,100. That's the mortgage of my house on Van Ness Street for a 3-bedroom, 6,000 square foot lot, 3-bedroom house. An apartment now on Bishop, on Townsend, are $2,100 for a 1-bedroom house. So this is very much necessary of how rent has gone up extremely in the city of Santa Ana, in the heart of Santa Ana, where our families can't afford, and they're moving into those 1-bedrooms as that is all they can afford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vasquez. Councilmember Fan, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm excited to support this item. I thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for bringing this forward, and to our state legislators for thinking about this. As we all know, with the use of technology, AI, and algorithmic price setting, it's impacting so many aspects of our lives today. And when it comes to housing, that is the most fundamental need each of us have. And so I'm very supportive of this. There's always going to be litigation whenever we do anything to support and help those who need it most in our community. And I think that's a fight worth having. So I'm excited to vote for this, and I look forward to it helping our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Any other members of the council wishing to make comment?
I'll just go ahead and second it because I don't think it had a second. So let's second it.
Okay, thank you. So it's a motion by Councilmember Hernandez and a second by Councilmember Becerra. Please, I guess our screens are working, right? They were working the first time, but I didn't notice. So please use your devices in front of you.
This is to introduce for first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana prohibiting anti-competitive automated rent price fixing. And the vote is 6 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we move on to item number 17, which is a public hearing relating to the purchase and sale agreement for 1901 West Walnut Street. Mr. City Manager, may we please have the staff presentation?
Pardon, if I could please make the announcement for the public speakers first.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes, before hearing public hearing, item number 17, Madam Clerk, please provide instructions to the public who would like to make a comment on this public hearing item only.
Thank you so much. Members of the public joining us by way of Zoom or conference call who would like to comment on public hearing item number 17 only, the purchase and sale agreement, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now in order to be in the speaker queue once the public hearing is opened following the staff presentation.
Are there any?
Do you want to hear the staff presentation before you open the hearing?
Okay. Yes, item number 17 is a public hearing relating to the purchase and sale agreement for 1901 West Walnut Street. Mr. City Manager, presentation, please.
Just a quick introduction from Community Development Director Mike Garcia. No formal PowerPoint presentation.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, the item before City Council for consideration is the sale of a 0.38 acre parcel that was acquired by the city back in 2007. The prior structure had been demolished back in 2011, and then the City Council approved a disposition development agreement with Thrive to create a regenerative farm, cafe operations, artisan retail space, and community gathering areas. La Colmena is a micro farm that provides local food access, small business development, workforce participation, and long-term community stewardship. Our planning and building agency went through a review. This property is in a C2 commercial zone, which is a permitted use, the microfarm. It went through a mitigated negative declaration, and there was actually soil contamination at the site that was handled through working with Thrive and UC Irvine on a really great process using bioremediation. Planning and building has also determined that the sale conforms with the 2022 general plan update. What is before the city council is not just the sale, but also at a $178,000 difference between what the property was appraised at, which was $1,030,000, and what they are proposing to acquire the site at $852,000. The reason for that is that they received a grant from the state of California, and that grant had set the acquisition price at $852,000. So an economic subsidy report is required for this purchase and sale agreement. That is also in front of the city council tonight. The Surplus Land Act compliance has been met. It is under a 1/2 acre, and it's not contiguous to any qualifying public land. And so the state HCD has signed off on this. Basically the $178,000 is what is in the economic subsidy report right now. This would be a nice windfall compared to the monthly rent that we're receiving at $1 a month from Thrive for the next 95 years. So the item for consideration is to approve the recommendation is to approve the subsidy, adopt the economic subsidy report, which will be maintained on our city website, and allow La Colmena to continue operating. We did add in language about not being able to sell it to, they have agreed to this, and it's in the purchase and sale agreement, that the property will be continued as a micro farm. It wouldn't be sold to another group that's going to be utilizing it for another type of use. So we're happy that we've been able to reach this purchase and sale agreement, and ready for any questions from the council.
Thank you for that presentation. I will now call on Councilmember Vasquez for comments.
Thank you so much. I'm excited about this sale of land. It's a beautiful farm. It's in 2 blocks from my house. It is in Councilmember Hernandez's ward, but I enjoy it so much, and having coffee there, I invite everybody to come and visit. There was a concern that you just spoke to, Director Mike Garcia, on section 310.1, prohibition on assignment or transfer. Is that exactly what you said? Only if they change it?
That's correct.
Will the city say we'll buy it back? Or what happens if they try to sell it, or
if they try to sell it
or change it,
they would have to just work with the city to make sure that we approve with the sale and it fits within the construct of what the current use is.
So we can't arbitrarily just change it without them doing something different. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Vasquez. Councilmember Hernandez, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa, and thank you, Director Mike Garcia. I also want to send a big thank you to La Colmena for the amazing work that they do in the city of Santa Ana. I will put a motion on the floor to approve this item. Thank you.
Thank you for that motion. Before we do that, let's close the public hearing first, but I think we still have, anybody else wants to speak? The only clarifying, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, besides whatever comments you all are making as the council, you will still need to open the public hearing to hear the public comments, and then close, and then a motion could be entertained.
Thank you. Mr. Director Garcia, the only clarifying question I had is, I know that we, if for whatever reason they sell the property, that difference in payment of market value compared to what they're buying it from us now, do we get that?
That's correct.
Back.
The $178,000 would come back to us if they were to sell it within a 30-year time frame.
Perfect. Yeah, within how many years?
A 30-year covenant.
30 year. Okay, so within the 30 years, if they sell it for market rate, whatever that is, we will make sure to get that money back from
That's
them.
correct.
Okay. That is the only questions I had. I guess I now open the public hearing for members of the public that would like to provide their comments in person and virtually. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, we do have speakers both in person and on Zoom. Before calling them, I'll note for the record that we did receive 2 e-comments related to this public hearing prior to 2 p.m. today. Those were distributed to the City Council and made available online for public review. So we'll call the speakers here in person first. If you could please line up behind the podium when you hear your name. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Ricardo Muniz, Ana Leti Hernandez, and Maria Andrade.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, for this opportunity. My name is Ricardo, and I serve as the Community Engagement Advisor for Thrive Santana. In my role, I have the opportunity to witness La Colmena, not simply as a site, but as a space shaped by real participation and long-term relationships. Community engagement here has never meant outreach alone. It has meant shared decision-making. Through our membership structure, governance committee, residents are involved in the conversations about land use, programming, stewardship, and the direction of the organization. They are not observers, they are contributors and leaders. La Colmena has also been a place of El Mercadito Carrusel, a community-rooted marketplace that creates accessible entry points for small entrepreneurs. Many vendors participate where there is also mutual aid, so it becomes more than just commerce. It becomes confidence building, skill development, and community visibility. I see neighbors meet each other for the first time here. I seen youth observe adults modeling collaboration and collective responsibility. I've seen how this space holds cultural expression, economic opportunity, and organizing under one roof. So La Colmena contributes economically, but its impact is also relational and civic. It strengthens local leadership and reinforces the idea that land can serve communities' needs in a long-term way. And I'll end this with this. This moment reflects years of engagement and effort. La Colmena is not simply a transaction. It is a contribution of community stewardship in Santana.
Next speakers, Ana Leti Hernandez, Maria Andrade, Luis Sarmiento.
Sí, muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Ana Leti Hernández, soy residente del Distrito 3. Estamos aquí esta noche para solicitar la aprobación del punto 17, la compra del terreno La Colmena por parte de Drive. Santana fortalecerá la estrategia del fideicomiso de tierra comunitario. Santana, a largo plazo, apoyará el crecimiento de un importante proyecto de propiedad comunitaria. La Colmena ya ha demostrado un impacto económico significativo a un beneficio comunitario como la creación de talleres sobre agricultura, arte y más, tanto para el vecindario como para la ciudad en general. La Colmena ha sido ejemplo para otras comunidades. Ofrece una vida de desarrollo para aquellos negocios y una entrada para emprendedores y productores locales. Gracias por apoyar la propiedad comunitaria y el cuidado del colectivo en nuestras ciudades. Bendiciones.
Good evening. My name is Ana Leti Hernandez. I live in Ward 3, and I'm here to ask you for the approval of item 17. the purchase and sale agreement of La Colmena and by Thrive. And this is the Santa Ana Land Trust that's going to benefit the community. This is a growth project that it will benefit the community and has benefited the community. La Colmena is a community benefit project that has worked, provided workshops for agriculture, for arts, and much more. This will benefit the neighborhood and the community at large. And La Colmena is an example for other communities, surrounding communities, and this is going to help develop business, entrepreneurship, provide income to local business owners. So I thank you for your support in this, and God bless you.
Maria, followed by Luis Sarmiento and Laura Pantoja.
Gracias, ahora sí es mi turno. Estoy aquí para pedir el apoyo del punto 17, la compra de La Colmena. Quiero hablar sobre mi conexión. Fui a visitar alrededor de La Colmena a los vecinos, a cada casa, a los apartamentos, buscando el nombre, cómo querían que se llamara el espacio. Hubo muchas propuestas, muchas personas no sabían qué era La Colmena. Bueno, en ese tiempo no teníamos un nombre. ¿Qué era el lugar de lo que estábamos hablando? Cuando les explicábamos y les decíamos, muchas personas ya sabían de ese lugar y se sorprendían porque decían que era un lugar donde anteriormente había mucha delincuencia y estaban un poco como sorprendidos, pero ¿qué es? ¿Qué es lo que va a ser? Entonces, entre todos buscamos el nombre a base de encuestas que hicimos. Cuando La Colmena se inauguró, la gente vino, la gente se sintió en casa, la gente se sintió bienvenida, los vecinos celebran el que estemos ahí. La conexión que tenemos con ellos es que podemos ir con confianza y preguntarles si pueden participar con nosotros, si podemos tener permiso de estar en su casa para hacer una celebración, y con mucho gusto se ha hecho esa conexión con nuestros vecinos. El impacto personal que yo he tenido es eso, de ver cómo la comunidad se junta, cómo la comunidad estaba esperando o tenía ganas de tener un lugar donde se siente en casa. Y ¿por qué no? Compartiendo un poco y estar y revivir lo que es su cultura, porque ahí tenemos un pedacito de lo que pudiera ser o lo que es nuestra cultura. Ha crecido y ha dado muchas oportunidades teniendo las cooperativas, que las cooperativas son negocios donde los trabajadores son los dueños. Eso es algo muy importante porque ha dado mucho beneficio mismo en la comunidad, porque los dueños de los negocios son las personas, las mamás, la gente que estuvo luchando, que ha venido trabajando de tantos años para estar ahí. El impacto más amplio que hemos tenido es las familias vienen a pasar un tiempo de crecimiento y cuando recorren el espacio, cuando ven el lugar, nos comparten, nos dicen, me siento en casa, gracias por tener este espacio porque es algo que me identifica y algo con lo que estoy a gusto de estar aquí. Muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you. It's my turn now. I'm here to ask you to approve item number 17, La Colmena. This is great, and I visited La Colmena, and I visited the neighborhood around and the apartments around, and when we were in the beginning trying to consider what to name this space, we went and did surveys, we asked for proposals for La Colmena, but before it was called La Colmena, we didn't have a name. We asked people, what do you want to call this name? And when we explained the proposal and what this place was going to be about, many people were surprised, saying, oh, this used to be a place that had a lot of crime. And so what do you want us to do? What do you want to do with this place? So we were asking for names, we conducted surveys, and when La Colmena opened, people felt right at home. People felt welcome. The neighborhoods came around to celebrate. And when we go around, there's trust that is built with the community when we ask people to participate, to go to their homes, to celebrate this. And I'm very glad for this, and there's a personal impact for me. And when we contacted people, people felt at home. When people go to this place, they feel at home, and it's a place for us to share our culture and to have this piece of our culture that is in the community. The opportunity to have cooperatives, and a cooperative is where the business people, the businesses, the workers are the owners. And this is of great benefit to the community to have the owners. The workers own the place. The same people who are there, the moms that supported, the people who supported and have worked there for years are the owners as well. So this is of great impact to the community. There's a lot of family growth that is that takes place there, and people feel thankful, and people feel at home to be in that place, in that space. And I thank you, and we thank you for this, for identifying this place.
Luis?
Good evening, Council. Thank you. I will try to be brief within the time limit. First, I do want to thank city staff for working with us the last several weeks to put together the purchase and sale agreement and working through these terms. I know from the work that we do that it is a challenge to make community needs, which can be so broad and complex, into these documents and processes with the city. What we have is a one-time opportunity because of state funding. Some of you might be aware that our project was awarded as a pilot project by the Jobs First California initiative. And we need to approve the purchase and sale agreement today in order to make the timeline for the end of our grant. So thank you for working with us through that. There were some letters of support that I'm not sure if made it through. We have our co-ops, La Milpa Cafe, Radiate, Salsa Urban Farms, and a few folks that have been organizing events, El Mercadito Carrusel, also DJ Tropicasa, neighborhood and local groups that have been using the space to develop entrepreneurship. And we were hoping that you all were able to hear about that. So thank you for approving the purchase and sale agreement today. That is by far the primary goal. There is one ask, if any of the council members and staff are open to it. One of the terms in the purchase and sale agreement allows the city the approval of any new use at the site. So the existing uses, the urban farm, the cafe, the artesanías, are all approved uses. But any new use, so the example that a community member gave was if we wanted a new vendor that's selling, for example, ice cream, we would need to go to the city to approve that. As a community land trust, we would like to have that ability to approve new tenants. And we know that the city does have a process to approve new uses. So we don't believe that needs to be in the agreement. So if that could be a change that council would make from the dais, we would really appreciate it. If that's not feasible within the existing timeline, we understand, but that is one thing that we wanted to ask about. So thank you again for your attention and for helping us make this happen.
Laura Pantoja.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Laura Pantoja, soy residente del Distrito 5 y primeramente quiero darle las gracias al Concilio por llevar adelante un proyecto totalmente diferente de desarrollo económico en Santana, como es La Colmena. También agradecerles al staff por ayudarnos a todos los permisos. Fue una a la abogada, todo el mundo puso un granito de arena, pero también agradecerles a quien nos ha visitado. Yo soy parte de La Milpa Café, es una cooperativa de 5 mujeres, 3 adultos y 2 jóvenes, que hemos sido muy arropados por la comunidad desde que abrimos, ¿verdad? Tenemos 6 meses que abrimos y hemos tenido mucho éxito en nuestras ventas y quiero dar la oportunidad de poder tener un negocio, ¿verdad? Yo soy parte de un movimiento del Mercadito Carrusel que tenemos años vendiendo en espacios comunitarios y el hecho de tener un local ha sido una oportunidad muy grande y quiero agradecerles de crear un nuevo tipo de desarrollo económico, ¿verdad? No es lo mismo vender la tierra a particulares que dejarlo en un legado comunitario y eso cambia la historia. Y hablando de historia hay que hablar del futuro, ¿verdad? Ustedes están dejando un legado de una manera totalmente diferente de crear prosperidad a las familias de Santa Ana, pero sobre todo a los jóvenes, ¿verdad? La Colmena es un lugar donde van jóvenes a hacer sus tareas, a tomarse un té, a platicar, tienen música y es algo que no existe en Santa Ana. Es la primera vez que espacios comunitarios son verdaderamente para la comunidad y van a crear prosperidad y les invito a que firmen el acuerdo de la compra y que dejen un legado para las familias y para el futuro. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Laura Pantoja. I live in Ward 5. Thank you, City Council. Thank you very much for approving this project, something that is different for economic development. La Colmena is this. I wanted to thank the staff for all the quick and swift approval of the permits, the attorney, everyone who has been involved, and I will invite you to visit. I was part of La Milpa Cafe. It's a place where 5 women, 3 young people, and 5 adults work there, and we've been there for 6 months. And I want to thank the successful sales for the place. This is a business that El Mercado Carrusel is modeled after, and we've been doing this for years. And this place is a great opportunity for a new economic development for the city, and this is turning land that is there for the community benefit, and this is history that you are making, and you're making creating a legacy here for prosperity for Santa Ana families. And in La Colmena Cafe, there are kids and young people that come around and do their homework and drink coffee and chat and spend time together. This is a first time in Santa Ana that there's something like this, which will bring prosperity. And I'm here to ask you to sign the agreement, the purchase sale agreement, so that you can create this legacy for families and to have strong families here. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that concludes the in-person speakers. We'll move on to the Zoom speakers now. Danielle, please unmute and make your comments.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, this is completely, it has nothing to do with La Colmena. Am I still allowed to speak on another subject?
No, this is for the public hearing, La Colmena purchase and sale agreement only. The regular public comment period already concluded.
Well, my hand's been up the entire time, so who?
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that was not pertaining to the public hearing.
Okay, so do we go on to the next speaker?
Yes. Next speaker, Ana Urzua. Please unmute and make your comment.
Yes. Hello, good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Ana Urzua. I am on the board of Thrive Santa Ana, and I also work with Cooperación Santa Ana. We are a nonprofit that supports people to launch, residents of Santa Ana and Orange County to launch their businesses where all the workers are owners, just like a few folks have spoken tonight. I also want to thank you for all of the work and support and ways in which you and your predecessors have made possible this type of economic development. Like many of the speakers have spoken to already, This type of economic development that works with community members in addressing needs and visions of community members that are often impacted by rising costs of living, that are often pushed out of communities. This type of economic development is making a difference to where we can see people actually being able to remain in Santana, being able to thrive and be able to enjoy the benefits of a beautiful place like La Colmena. And this type of economic development is getting attention and getting support. We feel really proud to have gotten that award, the grant for La Colmena from the state of California's Jobs First initiative. La Milpa Café also received a grant from the Catalyst phase of this Jobs First initiative. So it's exciting to be able to put Santana in the eye of the state in these types of initiatives, really seeking to share power with community members that are impacted so that they can make those visions possible. So it's been an honor to work with alongside businesses at La Colmena, and we're really grateful for your support. I want to echo that request, if possible, for tonight, that the clause in the purchase and sale agreement currently requiring the city to be approvers of new uses at La Colmena, if that's possible to be removed, since the land trust would be the owner of the site. And we believe there are multiple avenues like what is it called? The permit, occupancy permit that businesses already go through. Believe that there's already procedures in place to be able to do kind of the due diligence, and in this way La Colmena, the land trust Thrive would have the ability to operate and manage the site along with the businesses in making those decisions. So thank you again. Have a good night.
Next speaker, Carla Juarez. Please unmute.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carla Juarez, and I am in Ward 2. And I've been a participant of, back then it was Daisy and Walnut, and now known as La Colmena. And I am in favor of approving the sale. So I implore you to please do the right thing and stand with the community by approving the sale. And not only approving the sale, but also allowing them, like giving them like the right of decision-making as they've always practiced since the beginning of making their own choices, which would include selecting their own tenants. So La Colmena, that is known now as La Colmena, it was a dirt lot, not just dirt, it was actually full of debris. And back then, the community gathered and cleaned and had movies at that lot that was just full of dirt. So ever since then, they were intentional, and not to the point where surveys were made, doors were knocked, meetings were held. So everything that you see at La Colmena is because the community surrounding La Colmena wanted it there. That includes the garden, the community space, the parking, the businesses, and not only the businesses are businesses, but they're co-ops, meaning that the workers are their owners of the business. So I also implore you to please take advantage of the state funding grant to purchase the land that will belong to the community, and then in a democratic way that they make decisions of what happens there, like what goes on, what goes off, and please do not take that away from them. Give them the right to choose their tenants. Also, I wanted to share that please take advantage of the state funding. We don't want to lose another opportunity of state funding like we have in the past that directly impacts our community, and not only impacts them, but benefits them. So another thing about La Colmena is that one of the things that is you can have your birthday parties there, or you can have your parties there, because most people are renters and they can't have a party where they're renting. And La Colmena also has a scale-based donation where if you can't afford to pay, there it's okay. It's based on it could be 0. So it has a huge impact on our community, and I wish there was a Colmena in my ward. But if I know that if it happens there, it will one day happen in my ward. So please, please approve it, and also do not, please take off that clause and allow them to make their own decisions like they have made. Thank you. Have a good night.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that concludes the public speakers that were in the hearing when it was opened.
Thank you so much for that, Madam City Clerk. With no further comments, I hereby close the.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
A comment?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I hereby close the public meeting. Now, are there any comments by my City Council colleagues?
Make a motion to move the item.
Motion by Councilmember Hernandez.
I want to second the motion, but I want to clear some things. Some of the speakers talked about us approving tenants. Can you please clarify the language that's in the contract?
So it's on page 7, item 5. So we're not approving the tenant. We just want to make sure that it continues its current use. I think Anna said it in comments. We can still review the tenants to the regular CFO process. We want to make sure that they don't stop what they're doing and go into something else. Right? If you read it, it's provision of assignment or transfer. Buyer shall not assign or transfer, including an assignment or buy operation of our or lease in the buyer's interest. In other words, so they continue to maintain the current use. So we're not looking to regulate or approve the tenant like the ice cream that was mentioned by Mr. Sarmiento. That goes to the regular CFO process. We want to make sure that they continue this current use and process only.
Is it as long as they're a farm, retail store, some kind of food place that has permissions, whoever might be running it,
the way it's approved now, correct. So we don't want a complete change of use.
And why do we have that in the contract?
Because this is the way we're approving it, right? Okay. This is the whole issue about us giving this assignment to as the property, right? Part of the discussion when City Council gave direction was, one, right, no, and with the understanding that we are selling it below market value, what are certain conditions? If they decide to sell, we receive the money. We want to make sure that this microphone stays as a use of microphone with the current retail. So in other words, once we sell, we keep those tenements from the contract, it could be something else.
But
right?
they could change the tenants without coming
Yes. It's not the tenancy issue at all.
That section is really meant that they don't divest themselves of any ownership rights, do anything exclusions on the deeds. It actually reads that they shall not assign or transfer the buyer's interest in the property. And we define that interest in the property. We would look at that as to their ownership of the property, because they're going to own this property, right? The deed's going to say it's theirs, and it would revert to us if they don't continue that use that we specify. But they can have people come onto their property, they can use the property for that intended purpose. We just don't want to see them
ownership and operators.
give interest, like sell 30% of the interest in the property to someone else. That's when they'd have to come to us as an assignment, or if they're trying to sell an interest, they'd have to come to us.
We would be able to approve it if they're trying to raise capital to
that's
improve the
then,
property.
Then they can come to you as the city council.
Us.
That's the key, right? They maintain the ownership. They maintain the operator.
And the reason for it, you asked, council member, is because we are selling it to them for less than fair market value. So the city does have, and you saw through the economic report that our director mentioned to you, that was a consideration. We do have a duty to make sure if we're going to sell property for less than fair market value, we have to make sure that we give the public the benefit of that, of not receiving the full sales price.
Thank you so much. I'll second the motion.
All right, thank you for that clarity. Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez and a second by Councilmember Vasquez to approve the sale of the property. Colleagues, would you please use your screens in front of us?
Motion to authorize the city manager to execute a purchase and sale agreement with Thrive Santa Ana, Inc. for the sale of city-owned real property at 1901 West Walnut Street in the amount of $852,000. Vote is 5 ayes, no nays, with absences by Councilmember Becerra and Mayor Amescua. Motion carries. Item is approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we move on to item 18, I will call a 5-minute recess.
Recording stopped.
We now reconvene the City Council meeting at 8:33 p.m. Next item is a council member requested item. Item number 18 was requested by Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Lopez, please take it away.
Thank you. And thank you, City Manager and City Attorney, for the consultation on my submitted item. Tonight, I'm asking my colleagues to consider our request, which is to move forward, modernization language in our municipal code, Chapter 31, which governs our parks, along with related provisions in Chapter 26. The City of Santa Ana has 49 parks and open space areas. These are shared spaces with family, gather with community meetings, neighborhood meetings, and where a lot of teens play, neighbors connect, and small businesses also, really benefit and make use of this space. And many of the rules in Chapter 31 were adopted decades ago and do not fully reflect the need of our parks and the way that they are used today by many of our constituents in our community. And so this item really proposes targeted updates to modernize our municipal code, reduce unnecessary barriers so that our constituents can make use of our park space that we've invested so much in trying to modernize, and support community use ultimately, while maintaining safety and operational oversight. And so we are asking, again, the City Council to consider updating vending in parks, in city parks under Municipal Code 31-2.18 and Chapter 26. Currently, vending in city parks is generally prohibited under the Santa Ana Municipal Code. So the most basic way that I can put this for my colleagues in the community is we do not allow paleteros to operate in our parks. And that to me is pretty unacceptable. Paleteros are beloved members of our community, and so we are looking to strike this language that is very prohibitive, that does not allow people to make a living for themselves. And ultimately, we don't, and ultimately we believe that these things are happening. We're very supportive of micro businesses, small businesses that perhaps don't often get recognized, and we don't want language that essentially will give, code or PD the ability to cite people who are just trying to work and make a living and provide a good that our community actually wants and loves. So that is one specific example. We are also asking for the permit threshold to be amended. Under the current rules, permits are required for gatherings of 40 or more people, and for certain other activities. And there could be many gatherings at a park for a family celebration. There was just a gathering to honor one of our community members that passed away. And so this threshold, because it is so low, it is creating unnecessary barriers for our constituents to be able, to have something at the park without essentially someone feeling like they can say, well, do you have a permit? Should you be at the park because you don't have a permit? And that is not the goal of our public parks. And so I am asking my colleagues to help me raise the threshold so that all of our neighborhood associations, all of our constituents can enjoy their parks without being asked for a permit. The third item is the use of our current skate parks under Section 31-5. Recreation trends have evolved, and skate parks now accommodate a broader range of self-propelled, non-motorized wheel transportation apparatuses, such as a kick scooter. Our current code does not reflect this reality, and our young residents should not be punished for this. You all know how much I support youth investment. We have advocated for more skate parks, and so we really want to thank the users of our public facilities that are really coming across these issues and reaching out and saying, hey, how can we work together to resolve them? And so, we always try and do a great job of being as informative, as descriptive as we can be in our council member requested items. It is plainly put in our report. I'm sure that my colleagues have read it. I'm sure that you all have read it. We had a consultation. And to us, this really is a win for our city, and we hope that our entire city council will support our requested changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Are there any questions or comments by the City Council? I will call on each council member to provide direction. Councilmember Hernandez, then Councilmember Becerra, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa. I'd like to thank Councilmember Jesse Lopez for this item. I fully concur with everything that the council member shared. Parks are safe havens where families should feel welcome. I do think that increasing the size of being able to have a family gathering is important, given that Santa Ana is a community where if you stop by any of our parks, you may see a large number of people celebrating a birthday party, or whether it be a bautizo, or in a lot of cases, our parks are used for kermes, to gather the community in the event you lose a loved one. So I think that this is important, that we are a city that is embracing the culture of our residents. I also do think that it is incredibly important, City Manager Nunez, for us to allow our street vendors into the parks. For us to have ice cream vendors, paleteros, eloteros, lo que sea. In El Salvador Park, a park that I frequent, we have a street vendor who has vended there for 26 years. His name's Bartolo. And he's commonly always on the outskirts of the park, but it is that institutional knowledge that he has of that neighborhood and of the families and of the people that live there that makes our community safer. So I am fully supportive of this item. And that'll conclude my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Becerra, followed by Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I want to say thank you to Councilmember Lopez for bringing this item forward. I think there's a lot of things that, when it comes to our parks, that we need to update. And I know that our city manager, I want to thank you because you've been introducing some things kind of piecemeal, but again, just critical items as they've come up. But I think this is more inclusive of a bunch of things that are of concerns, things that I've received calls on in my ward, as far as residents who, I think as the council member said, just want to have a picnic, want to have a gathering in the park. And we need to make it easier, not harder. I understand the need for permits. I understand the concern from our folks in public safety to make sure that things are organized a certain way, but we've got to look at how to make it easier for our parks to be better used. Who do we want to see use our parks? Our families, our residents, or folks that want to do bad things? The folks that want to do bad things, they don't care about the permits. They don't care. They'll just go in and do their stuff. We need to activate our parks even more, and how can we do that? So I think this item has that potential. The devil's always in the details. I think when it comes to park vending, I would ask that it be limited to our mobile vendors. When we talk about some of the vendors that I think some of my colleagues have brought up, those are the ones that are mobile in nature. I don't want to see a turf war when it comes to stationary vendors in our parks. So I think having mobile vendors is a good way to make sure we don't have that sort of situation. The skate park expansion, yeah, that makes total sense as well. We see a lot of innovative toys and means to one could use to recreate in that space. So I think that's good. And simplifying the permits, I would also add or ask that we look at ways that for those gatherings where we just can't allow it without a permit, that we figure out a way to make it easier. Like, in other words, maybe a QR code in some of like the shade structures and some of those places where someone can just, snap it, do a quick reservation, and that way they are able to have it. So, but I'm supportive of the item. I'm looking forward to see what staff brings back. But those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for bringing this to us, and the comments from our peers from Becerra and Hernandez. I really appreciate just having the mobile vendors there, because I really want a esquite when I go to Jerome Park as they're coming through. That's the most beautiful thing you can eat at a park, and having a picnic. So I'm looking forward to that. And with the housing issues and how families live, they don't have space for them to have parties in their own houses. We're one on top of each other, and the parks are the only place to have. And when we were talking at Pacific Park, it was Piccolo Neighborhood Association, Neighborhood Association. We were talking about having a park that has places for families to have parties. And this is necessary for us to come together, because we're just crammed into housing in Santa Ana, and this is a relief from that, to go out and celebrate with your family. So appreciate that as well. And I'm also supportive of having kick scooters, as many kids use them, and I love having kids going to the park and using any toy they can, and using our skate parks, because it's a safe haven for them to have. And I don't want to keep kids out or away from a park because they can't have a skate kick scooter at the park. So yes, I support this.
Thank you, Councilmember Vasquez. Councilmember Tai? Fan? Councilmember Fan. I'm sorry.
It's okay. In Vietnamese culture, you go by your first name.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all right.
Take it away, Tai.
You can also call me MPT or Heffa. That works too.
Penny's madrina, go ahead.
Madam City Attorney, I think most of this just seems like cleanup. We already have state regulations for street vending. I'm very familiar. I've written several ordinances for street vending, so I think cleanup is always good, and that might just require a broader conversation about cleanup of our municipal code, as well as our charter. I understand staff is probably working on something comprehensive. I know it takes a really long time. We have quite an old municipal code and an old charter. So that's perfectly fine by me. I think this is it just makes sense. I'm totally okay with it. I think the main concerns for any of the eating is trash cans, if we have to update or, any type of practical needs in our parks, I think that works just fine. I don't know about the scooters. I'm old. I like to walk on the walkways in the parks, and these youths, they get in the way. Councilmember Lopez.
What about it?
I'm just saying, it's scary when they come at me with their scooters. No, I'm just kidding. That's very supportive of that. I think the other thing I want to ask about the gatherings is I completely support, maybe increasing the threshold and whatnot, maybe especially depending on the size of the park. My biggest concerns would be, as we get bigger gatherings for parties, I think there are more needs for staffing for parks, and I think that's a conversation we need to have. It'd be different if we had like a vigil, obviously any type of political action would be perfectly acceptable and probably not creating a lot of trash, but I've seen in other parks when you have big family gatherings or parties or holiday events, and then all the trash cans are super filled up, and that's also not something that we want. So I'll leave it to staff to kind of think about what the best kind of balance for that would be. And I just look forward to this coming back, and hopefully also I know it's a lot to ask, but proactive actions to do some cleanup with our municipal code. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. I also just want to thank Councilmember Lopez for bringing this item forward. I am overall generally supportive of the points and the items brought up. However, I do kind of raise similar questions and concerns and reservations as Councilmember Fan when it comes to the gatherings, not so much the raising the threshold, but taking a pause and looking at why they were put in the first place. Let's say I want to go in and have a party or celebrate my kid's birthday at Memorial Park, and another family does as well on the same day. What happens there when we have two groups that are under the 60-person threshold? And so I think that's why this started, is to have these reservations and these permits for special events so that we don't have those issues arise, because they will. Eventually, where I live in Memorial Park, there's times when 4 or 5 of my neighbors have parties going on at once, including myself, right? So it's going to happen. So I think it's taking a look at those issues that might arise and seeing how we could work around those and see what we could do. So along the lines of Councilmember Fan, seeing what staff brings back in how we could amend these different areas of whether it's permitting or vending, and what that looks like, I'd be very supportive of that. So thank you. Any other council members have questions, comments? All right, Mr. City Manager, have you captured council direction?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Item number 19 is the City Council Work Study Session regarding the First Street Multimodal Boulevard Study. Mr. City Manager, may we please have the staff presentation?
Acting Public Works Director Rudy Rosas would assist.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rudy Rosas, our interim Public Works Director. You have 5 minutes. I'm kidding, but let's make it quick.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Item number 19 on tonight's agenda is a presentation on the progress made on the First Street Multimodal Boulevard Study. We will be presenting our technical findings, community input, and an overview of the highest rated concepts. So let's begin with some citywide statistics. Our residents use diverse transportation modes. 55% of our residents do not have access to a private vehicle. There are nearly 22 million bus boardings and alightings annually. There are over 17,000 bicycle trips and 53,000 pedestrian trips daily. We are a multimodal city. But why focus on First Street? For starters, it's a very busy street. On a typical weekday, there are between 20 and 36,000 vehicles, 2,900 bus boardings, 1,300 pedestrians, and over 250 bicyclists, mostly on the sidewalk. Unfortunately, First Street has a traffic collision rate that is higher than average. In fact, it is over 2 times the national average for similar roads. On average, a collision occurs on First Street every 27 hours. 11% of those involve bicyclists, 12% involve pedestrians. For comparison purposes, Harbor Boulevard has more daily vehicles than First Street, yet has a 35% less collision rate. And 17th Street, another similar road, experiences half as many collisions as First Street does. Next, we'll review the existing conditions and characteristics of First Street. The limits of the study are between Bristol Street and Tustin Avenue. It is a 6-lane roadway, has 12 bus stops in each direction. Sidewalks are about 9 to 10 feet wide, and there are no bicycle facilities. First Street is heavily used by senior citizens, as there are multiple senior living apartments along the corridor, as well as the Santa Ana Senior Center nearby. First Street is also heavily used by students coming to and from Santa Ana High School and other schools in the area. Yet there are narrow sidewalks and outdated ADA curb ramps. The street is highly used by pedestrians, yet there are limited crosswalks, some up to half a mile apart. And when you do get to a crosswalk, you must walk over 80 feet to cross the street. Right turn pockets are limited, and left turn pockets are often too short, causing traffic backups. First Street is home to one of the busiest bus routes in the county. However, buses stop right in traffic lanes, further impeding traffic flow. Bus stops often lack shade and lighting, and bicyclists travel on the sidewalk and mix with pedestrians. For these reasons, a comprehensive review of First Street was sought to recommend safety improvements to benefit all types of users. In collaboration with OCTA, City of Santa Ana was awarded a grant from SCAG to perform such a study. To assist staff with this effort, in May of last year, City Council awarded a contract to HDR Inc., a global traffic engineering and transportation planning firm with extensive local presence and experience. And at this point, I'd like to invite our consultant and project manager, Don Wilson from HDR, to take us through the rest of the presentation.
Great, thank you, Rudy. Again, I'm Don Wilson with HDR. I'm a principal project manager and also a registered engineer, both in traffic and civil engineering. Pleasure to be here this evening to talk about the project. I'll tell you that I've been working on Complete Streets projects now for more than 30 years with communities all over California, including very diverse communities, much like the city of Santa Ana. And it's an exciting opportunity to improve safety and mobility for your residents. We started this project with establishing a project goal. You can see that up here on the screen. And that is to improve the travel environment along First Street and connect people to places through a variety of reliable, safe, and affordable transportation options. So to really understand how people travel and what the barriers are today, our team conducted an extensive data collection effort. We conducted walk audits, collected traffic count data and crash analysis. We looked at travel demand modeling, and we've spoken to numerous people, including riding the bus, to understand what those mobility barriers are today. And we use this information to then help inform both our outreach process as well as how we identify recommendations for the corridor. So over the next few slides, I do want to highlight two very important pieces of data, and that's the traffic volumes along the corridor as well as our safety assessment. As Rudy mentioned, over the course of a 7-year period, 479 crashes occurred within our study limits, and 23% of those involved pedestrians and bicyclists. Now, when we look at the severity of those crashes, 18 people either experienced severe injuries or fatalities. They died as part of these crashes. And why is this happening? Let's start with your signalized intersections on this corridor. The signalized intersections are the only places with marked crosswalks and also places where the crosswalks are controlled. And some of the distances between your signalized intersections are more than half of a mile. What happens is people just choose where it's convenient to cross. They end up in the median, and it's very hard to see people, and drivers just don't expect them to be there. Rudy also pointed out First Street's very wide, 82 to 84 feet. That means that pedestrians are exposed when crossing the street for more than 30 seconds to vehicular traffic. And then I just wanted to highlight very quickly the bicyclists, as 85% are riding on the sidewalk. That clearly tells us there's a concern about safety riding in the street. But also when we have bicyclists, particularly faster moving bicyclists, interacting with pedestrians or riding on the sidewalks, which are rather dark, they're very hard to see, and those interactions can be deadly. So while we understand what the different types of projects are, we need to understand why the crashes are as severe as they are when they involve the pedestrians, and that's directly related to speed. The posted speed limits on this corridor are between 35 and 40 miles per hour, and while during the peak period, most cars are traveling around that speed limit, when we get outside the peak periods, cars are traveling much faster, well outside the 85th percentile speed, up to 46 or 50 miles per hour. And why is that important? Well, if you look at the graph that's on the screen now, you can see that at 40 miles per hour, there's a 45% chance of not surviving a crash between a pedestrian or a bicyclist when it's involved with a motor vehicle. That risk increases for our elderly and for our youth. And as speeds increase along the corridor, you can see that exponentially the risk of a fatality goes up very quickly. And when you hit 50 or 60 miles per hour, it's very difficult to survive that type of a crash. So addressing the speeds not only during the peak period, but in off-peak period is essential and also consistent with your Vision Zero program. So how do we know, and what are the issues with speeding? How do we address those? Let's start with traffic volume. The dashed line across the top of the screen here represents the amount of capacity at what you would consider acceptable level of service D. If for 3 lanes of traffic going in the same direction, that's 23,000 vehicles, 25,300 vehicles per day. So the blue lines represent the eastbound traffic, and the green lines represent the westbound traffic and daily traffic numbers. And you can see in all places where we collected data along the corridor, the volume is well below that level of service D threshold. And what that tells us is that while you might see some congestion during the peak period, when you get outside the peak period, traffic is free-flowing. There's no friction to help slow vehicles down. Therefore, vehicles are traveling faster than the speed limit. So we looked at the 2-lane threshold to see what the capacity at level of service D would be, and that's 16,900 for 2 lanes in one direction. And again, when you look at those columns on the chart here, you can see almost all of the segments we counted in the westbound direction fall below that threshold, and the ones that are in the eastbound direction are just slightly higher than that. This tells us there's an opportunity to revisit the capacity in the westbound direction to help address some of these speeding issues. So we use this data to help inform the process of developing some concepts, and very quickly we'll go through the flow chart that shows how we got got to our recommendations that we'll review tonight. This blue line shows our first phase of the project, where we did our field walk, data collection, and took the data to our first community workshop. In this next line, this shows our second phase of the project, where we took the input from our data analysis in the workshop and identified a whole series of different options. We presented those to stakeholders, and we did a feasibility assessment. We then narrowed that down to 8 options brought to the community at Workshop 2. We used the input from Workshop 2, as well as an initial benefits and trade-offs assessment and technical analysis, to narrow down our concepts to 3, which were presented to the community at Workshop number 3, and we've since gone through a second benefits and trade-off analysis to make sure that the recommendations we bring before you tonight align with the goals of the project. The workshops were spread out throughout the life of the project over a period of 5 months, and you can see that they were aligned with key decision points as we went through the process. As we went through our community engagement, not only through the workshop, but through the other touch points that I'll go through in just a couple of minutes, we reached over 1,100 people in the community at in-person events. And while we went out and talked to them about all the different elements of this project, consistently the things that we heard were issues about safety, lighting, needing landscaping and shade while they're walking along the sidewalks or waiting at the bus stops, concerns about bikes on the sidewalk interacting with pedestrians and safety in that space, concerns about affecting traffic flow, and then safety around the bus stops. I'm just going to highlight very quickly our in-person touch points that occurred again during this 5-month period. We had the 3 workshops. They were all held at the Roosevelt Walker Community Center, which is located in the middle of our corridor, easily accessible by the residents in the area. Each of the workshops were conducted over a 2-day period in the evening for 2 or 3 hours, hoping to encourage as many people as possible to attend. So while we had about 185 people attend our 3 workshops, we had even better success when we went out to the community at pop-up events. I'll note that we went to a variety of different events, from very large ones like Fiesta Patriotas and the Chicano Heritage Festival, and then we went to more focused, the food pantry, as well as the Coffee with the Mayor, Walk to School Day. We even went to Santa Ana High School and met with their youth. Importantly, we also met with the neighborhood associations. We attended the neighborhood association leadership meeting, and then we also went to several of the local neighborhood associations. And while we reached out to all of the neighborhood associations, the ones that you see here are the ones that invited us to do a presentation and share information about the project. And Henninger Park and Pacific Park invited us to come back and provide additional presentations and updates on the project, as they were the closest to the study corridor. In addition to our in-person touch points, we also had extensive online participation. This included reaching more than 10,000 people using several different online tools. The city provided us a link on their website to a project-specific webpage. The webpage and all of our community engagement material was provided in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. And all of our print material provided QR codes to drive people to the websites in their respective languages. We also had several city postings on Twitter and Facebook informing the public about upcoming meetings. And we conducted online surveys to collect additional information from the public about the project. We conducted several focus meetings. We had 28 different stakeholders that were, the list was developed based on input from city staff and city council, and the ones that you see highlighted in black or in bold are the organizations that chose to attend our meetings either online or in person. All the others were provided information about the project updates via email. In addition, we invited the school district, community colleges, and local schools to participate, particularly the local schools that are located within our study area. Finally, we conducted focused meetings with the leadership within the city regarding the 3 final concepts that I'll be reviewing to identify any potential concerns or issues and to confirm that the concepts that we're presenting are consistent with current planning and engineering projects. And I wanted to note that the community-based organizations listed here both participated in our stakeholder meetings, but also helped us reach out to the community about the project. They helped distribute meeting information to their membership. They helped us also identify when sectors of the community seemed to be missing from our workshops, so we could identify some of those small group meetings to reach all sectors of the community. And they helped get the word out through social media, so we appreciate their involvement in the process. Ultimately, the data analysis, the community engagement, and the preference surveys that were conducted led to the identification of the 3 final concepts that align with the needs and the issues that we've identified on First Street. Before I get into the details, I do want to note that all of the concepts that I'll present tonight do have some common features. That includes improved landscape, new curb ramps, ADA accessible features, transit signal priority, as well as emergency preemption. And we wanted just to point out that the fire hydrants that are along the curbs today would remain in their same location, curbside within the parkway, so there'd be no gap. I'll also point out, as I mentioned before, there's a concern about the distances between the controlled crossings. There are 5 new identified crossings in our plan shown in the colorful dots on the screen. The goal was to place those at about 500-foot increments. So every 500 feet with this plan, there would be a controlled and signalized pedestrian crossing or traffic signal. So that should greatly reduce the number of mid-block crossings outside a controlled crosswalk. Okay, moving forward, we're gonna now break the corridor into a west side and an east side. The west side goes from Bristol Street to Zoo Lane, and then the east side goes from the I-5 freeway ramps at Zoo Lane to the eastern city limits at Tustin Avenue. So let's start with our west side concepts. Three different concepts have been developed. If you could go on to the next slide. And for each of these, we're going to talk about the number of travel lanes, the width of the sidewalk, where the buses are traveling and where they're stopped, and then also the interactions between pedestrians and bicyclists. So for concept 1, which we call the multi-use path concept, this concept maintains 6 travel lanes, that's 3 lanes in each direction, as well as a mixed-use path on the north side of the street and a sidewalk on the south side of the street. So as we think about these, and we talked about travel a little bit, there's a lot of ways that we could present how traffic might be impacted or affected by the different concepts. And while delay is one way to do that, it's very hard for most folks to understand the impact of delay at a single intersection as it relates to your overall travel experience on First Street. So we used change in travel time to describe the traffic conditions and the changes between the different concepts I'll be presenting. Before I go into that, I just wanted to point out very quickly that if we did nothing but manage travel time or manage the traffic signals and allow traffic to grow over the next couple of years, the actual travel time for a passenger vehicle going in the eastbound direction would be about 11 to 12 minutes. And in the westbound direction, it'd be 8 to 9 minutes. Now, when we look at buses, because they do make stops at the stops, and it takes a while for people to board and disembark, the bus travel time is really 17 to 19 minutes in the eastbound direction and 14 to 16 minutes in the westbound direction. So on any given day when you're traveling along the corridor, the change in your travel time could vary from 1 to 2 minutes very easily. That represents about 10% of your travel time. So as we go through and we look at the changes in travel time, anything within about a minute or 2 would be considered a normal variation in traffic and not particularly significant or something that you would notice. But beyond that, you probably would begin to notice that change in your travel pattern. So with that in mind, concept number one, when you look at your change in travel time, for the most part, there would be very little change in your overall experience traveling along the corridor. In fact, you might see a little bit of a benefit because of the transit signal priority that I highlighted. So when we look at this concept in cross-section, you can see here that this would include a 14-foot wide shared use path on the north side of the street, on the south side of the street only, and on the north side of the street, it would simply maintain a sidewalk. Now, while we would want and encourage bicyclists to use the south side of the street, because a multi-use path is bidirectional, there is a chance that because there are no bike facilities on the north side of the street, that you may still see some bicyclists on that side. We are able, within the shared use path on the south side of the street, that 14-foot area, to provide a 4-foot parkway and a 10-foot shared path. And again, that's bidirectional. And this has about a 76-foot wide cross-section. So what does this look like? This is a photo looking at the corridor. This is just a quick rendering and then an example of what this might look like in practice. So you can see the plantable area, the two-way path, and again, you can see that the 6 lanes would be maintained in the rendering. So concept 2 is what we call the enhanced pedestrian and bicycle zone concept. This concept, we reduce 1 lane in the westbound direction. That would go from 3 lanes down to 2 lanes. And as I mentioned before in the graph that we looked at, the volume in the westbound direction is about 20% or more or less than the volume in the eastbound direction on a daily basis, and also during the peak periods. So by taking away this 1 lane, we're able to further improve the sidewalk zone area, which will allow us to provide both a separated bikeway and a sidewalk on both sides of the street while maintaining a consistent parkway and an area for utilities and street lighting within that parkway behind the curb. And then looking again, how does this affect our travel time? In this case, we do start to see in the westbound direction an increased travel time for autos, still more or less within that reasonable range, but the buses may see a slightly higher westbound AM peak travel time compared to some of the other alternatives. So as we look at this again in cross-section, there are numerous safety benefits associated with the enhanced pedestrian and bike zone concept. The first is the narrow cross-section of only 66 feet. By narrowing this down from 10 feet over the other concepts and 16 feet over existing conditions, we reduce our exposure time for pedestrians by as much as 8 seconds, which is pretty substantial. In addition, this would provide this separated ped bike facility on both sides of the street. And while the concept that you see on the right aligns with the sidewalk zone on the south side of the street, this would also be replicated on the north side of the street as well. This is the only concept that can provide a continuous separated space for pedestrian and bicyclists, as well as providing the landscape and parkway zone along the curb on a consistent basis. So what does this look like relative to the corridor? You can see the photo with the overlaid rendering, and then we do have a couple of examples that show a physical separation on the top, and then using visual cues such as pavement treatment and surface types on the bottom that could show just the physical conditions just with using different textures. In this case, this concept, the bicyclists are directional, which meaning they travel in the same direction as cars. And in all concepts, the bicyclists are at the sidewalk level. So these folks would be behind the curb at the sidewalk level as well. One of the concerns that we've heard about reducing the number of lanes from 3 lanes to 2 would be the buses queuing up in the curbside lane. And so we've addressed that by identifying bus turnouts. And we've also looked at some right turn pockets that would help decelerating or stopped vehicles from being in that outside lane and the type of lane jockeying or queuing that occurs when buses and right turn vehicles slow down or stop. And these are 2 examples of what those bus turnouts might look like, again, only in the westbound direction. The third concept is called the bus lane and bikeway concept, and this is the last of the 3 in the west side of the corridor. This one provides 4 travel lanes for autos and 2 dedicated bus lanes, as well as a bikeway up at the sidewalk level on each side of the street. In this concept, the buses would travel curbside in a dedicated lane, but at the intersections, right-turning vehicles would be able to enter that lane. We'll say there's no physical barrier between the auto lanes and the bus lanes, so compliance would be through enforcement if vehicles were to enter that outside the right-turn areas. With this concept, the existing sidewalks, again, would be improved to allow for separated bikeways and sidewalks. However, there is not enough room in the sidewalk area to provide that as well as a consistent parkway. So when there are streetlights or hydrants or trees, the bicyclists would need to weave around those and enter the pedestrian zone. We'll take a look at that here in our cross-section, but before we do, just wanted to point out the change in the travel time here. Obviously, this with the 4 lanes would have the greatest impact on the auto travel times, still mostly within the reasonable range, except for perhaps in the westbound in the evening where some of the right turning vehicles we start to see have a higher delay at some of the busier intersections. And the buses do have the greatest improvement in travel time. I will note that the greatest improvement happens in the eastbound direction in the PM peak, and that's really only about 2 minutes compared to the other alternatives that we've considered. So we'll look at those holistically in just a minute. So looking again at the cross-section, you can see the bus lanes in red and the 4 travel lanes. And I wanted to just point out the cross-section again on the right where we highlight the pedestrian and bicycle zone within the sidewalk area. You can see that there's no physical separation or landscaping here. When there is landscaping or trees, the bicyclists would need to move into the sidewalk zone to go around those. And the same thing would happen with any type of bus stops. And that's more clearly illustrated when we look at the next slide, which is our simulation. You can see here the outside lane is the bus lane. The bicyclists would have a dedicated space. And then when it comes to going around the streetlights or the bus stops, they would need to weave into the sidewalk area, narrowing that down to about 8 feet. So when we look at how the different concepts compare to each other, this is really all about trade-offs and identifying how the different modes will benefit from the different concepts that we've looked at. This first one just gives an overview again of those travel time comparisons. And you can see that for the most part, concept 1 would have very little change in our travel time. And then concept 3, while that would see some increases in travel time, except for in the westbound PM peak, those are all fairly minimal. When we look at the buses, again, which is on the next slide, please. There we go. You start to see, again, that for the most part, the buses benefit from transit signal priority in concepts number 2 and number 3. The third concept has a dedicated bus lane, and the true benefit there is an additional 2 minutes of travel time savings in the PM peak in the eastbound direction. But for the most part, there's not much of an additional benefit with the bus lanes with that concept, but there is an impact on the auto travel time. So when we look beyond just travel time, when we start to look at the trade-offs in alignment with the key objectives of the project, which are listed down the left side of this slide, we're able to understand how the different concepts truly stack up in terms of a multimodal corridor. So concept number 1, that's our multi-use path concept, which widens the sidewalk, again, only on one side of the street. And again, while we would encourage the bicyclists to stay within that path, bicyclists may still continue to use the sidewalk on the other side. And while maintaining the 6 lanes may provide some consistent travel times and have a minimal impact on delays, it does have the fewest safety issues of the 3 concepts that we looked at. The enhanced pedestrian and bicycle concept provides separated bike and pedestrian spaces at the sidewalk level, again, along the length of the corridor, and provides a dedicated space for landscaping, utilities, and street lighting. Reducing this width really does reduce the crossing distance the most for our pedestrians, including for our most vulnerable users, our elderly, and our children. And while this concept results in the highest increase in travel time in the westbound direction, We're addressing that through the addition of right turn pockets, bus pullouts, and other features that will help keep traffic moving, albeit at a slightly slower speed. But those slower travel speeds would be a benefit to the overall safety along the corridor. And then finally, concept 3, the bus and bike lane concept. It does have the most limited space for pedestrians and bicycles in the curb space, but provides benefits to the transit vehicles along the corridors. It does not provide a dedicated space for the utilities or the bus stops, but can be accommodated by moving the bicycles into the curb space. And autos in this case would experience a higher delay, but we would see a 2-minute benefit for transit vehicles over the other concepts that just included transit signal priority. Finally, I just quickly wanted to highlight the east side concept, for which we have only one plan. This concept, as you can see on this slide, has 4 travel lanes as opposed to the existing 6. As I mentioned previously, the volumes on the east side drop off significantly on the east side of I-5, and by reducing the travel lane in each direction, we have the opportunity to move more of the public space into the sidewalk area, improving the pedestrian and the bicycle zone. And this concept is consistent with the Metro East mixed-use overlay zone and the public realm plan, and would align with the planned intensity of development through this area. So with that, again, we appreciate the opportunity to be working on this project, and be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions or comments by the City Council? I will call on each councilor to provide direction. Who wants to go first? Councilmember Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa. Thank you for the presentation today, Madam. I just wanted to provide some comments to the City Manager's office. I'm really happy with seeing this presentation and the opportunity for us to provide feedback. An area of importance for me is the bus stops and lighting. I think that the bus stops, if we've learned from the UCI Playful Learning Landscapes on Main Street, they have integrated learning and play, and they've combined those elements at these bus stops. And they've also been strategic as to if there's a grocery store adjacent to a bus stop, they may use education information that is relative to that stop and those grocery stores. So for instance, the North Gate on Main Street has an abacus, so people can count and it helps children learn. It's bilingual. So I would love to see us, integrate some partnerships with UCI Playful Learning Landscapes, given that they already have the resources, the money, and it doesn't cost the city any additional monies to partner with them. That would be a great opportunity for us to expand learning at these bus stops where people spend idle time waiting for transportation, where that allows for a mom or a father to then interact with their child. And I think that that's beneficial. I am supportive of a module that will increase pedestrian safety while also protecting bicyclists. So that will be concept 2 for me. I do want to emphasize my #1 priority is making Santa Ana more ADA accessible. In the sidewalks, in the curbs that we have. So I like concept 2 because the extra wide sidewalks creates more room for ADA access and accommodates a separated bikeway. I think that also will make the street safer, more accessible. I am very supportive of seeing more street trees alongside the First Street corridor. I think that will help us with having a cleaner environment, more aesthetically pleasing as well. Number 2, the priority for me is the separated bikeways. I think improving pedestrian safety and bicyclist safety while also giving them, a space where they can move faster is important. I like concept 2 because it also gives us a shorter amount of distance between pedestrians having to wait for a crosswalk. It makes it shorter, and it provides more intersections where there can be controlled crossings. That's very important. I also like reducing to 5 travel lanes. It slows traffic speeds while also helping us increase, the amount of efficacy that some of these buses can get through the First Street corridor. I am not At this moment, I'm not supportive of a bus lane. The only reason why is because I didn't see a presentation from OCTA as to how they will increase the bus schedules. If we had buses running every 5 minutes, I would feel more inclined to support a bus lane. But given that Santa Ana has not seen, nor have we received any feedback that there will be an increase in bus routes, I don't feel that we're in a position to approve that just yet. But given that this is a work study, maybe they hear our feedback and our comments, and the presentation looks very different next time. But at this moment, those are my comments, and that'll conclude my feedback today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for that comment. Next is Councilmember Becerra. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, first of all, I just want to confirm, Director Rosas, the study that was done was funded by OCTA, correct?
Thank you for the question. The study was funded by SCAG, and we were awarded that money in partnership with OCTA.
The reason I'm asking is just so anybody knows that this study was funded by grants secured by our staff, and I just want to give you guys the proper kudos for doing that, for bringing those resources in so that we can analyze this corridor. And I think the consultant did a great job of justifying why this corridor did need this study. 21 million bus boardings, and 55% of our population does not have access to a private vehicle. I think that's very telling. And it's funny, we're at a point in time where I don't think that's negative. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. We've had developments approved in town where we've had professional developers tell us that more and more of the younger generations are looking at rideshare, they're looking at transit. And so if we're going that direction, especially given that we are the urban core of this county, then I think adjusting our infrastructure makes sense. We've been doing a great job of that with the Class 4 bike lanes that we're seeing throughout the city, so I appreciate that. As far as the concepts that we have before us, I personally think that the end result will be probably a blend of some of these. I don't know that I'm gonna just say 2, 3, or 1. I think Councilmember Hernandez brought up some good points when it comes to concept 2. One thing, and I've shared this with you, Director Rosas, is that as much as I would love to see bus-only lanes throughout the entire city, not just First Street. But in order for us to have those, that means OCTA needs to commit to providing bus service with the adequate headway. And when I say adequate headway, I don't mean from 10 minutes to 8 minutes. I mean, we're talking like 5 and 3 minutes, like a real true transit corridor. You're asking residents who are already on a street that has very high vehicular traffic to possibly give up a mixed flow traffic lane. There better be a good incentive to do that. And so I think what that would require is for OCTA to make that commitment to our community and this council that they'd be willing to provide bus service on the 64 route that goes up and down First Street. Let's see if we can get them to 5 or 3 minutes. You know, that would be ideal, and not just during peak period. I mean, we're talking around the clock. You look at other cities that have these exclusive bus only lanes. That's what they have. They have the headways that justify it in those areas. I love the idea of trying to integrate more bike paths. I think I look at this, and whenever I see the bike lanes next to sidewalks, the way it's shown, like in Concept 3 or even Concept 2, it always reminds me of the beach. Like you're sharing the right of way, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it gets interesting. And so I like the fact that our city has done a great job in investing in the Class 4 bike lanes, and so that's something I would like to see along First Street as well. But yeah, I'd be excited if OCTA was ready to commit those resources to here. I think the other thing, AB 43, the idea of being able to reduce speeds. I think that there was a staff person in the city here, Corey, who used to work here, and I remember being at a neighborhood association meeting in Mid-City, and he was, I'll say it, he was arguing with the residents, but so damn passionately about the idea that every mile per hour that you can lower the speed, the number of lives you save is so exponential. And so, I mean, look, I know I have a lead foot at times, and wait, are there cops still here? Never mind, I didn't say that. But I like to get from point A to point B as quickly as possible. But at the same time, you know, I've said from this dais many times, especially in my ward, there's a lot of places where streets or arterials really aren't arterials, they're highways. And they function as highways. I think our consultant mentioned that there's large spaces between traffic signals, and there's stretches of my ward that are amazing drag strips, and they shouldn't be. We've got to stop that. So I love a lot of the concepts you're talking about as far as the treatments for pedestrian crossings, and not just simply drawing some lines in the road, but actually having to provide the appropriate infrastructure to make sure that people can cross safely. So I'm not going to commit to one single concept tonight. I think I've blathered a bunch of stuff out to you to take in, but I do appreciate this study, and I'm looking forward to seeing what comes back as far as, I guess, number one, what input you get, and you know, once you kind of put it all together, but also too, cost. You know, when we were seeing the talk about, you know, signals at each of those crosswalks, I went, that's amazing. And it's expensive. So, and if we've got that much money, I've got a couple more intersections in my ward that I could use a couple of signals. But in all seriousness, thank you for doing this study. I think this is great. I'm looking forward to seeing the next step. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Vasquez, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those comments. And I agree with everything both council members have said. And I do like the bus lanes. I do appreciate, like, what's going to come first, the chicken or the egg, and you got to set the plan. And right now is the time where we have a chance for a part of the city. Let's see what bus lanes can do. And I'm an advocate for it because at this time we see every kid in Santa Ana Unified School District that wants a bus pass gets a bus pass. And culturally, we can move towards that. It's the time now, as every child is able to get on the bus for free and use it, and begin that process of bringing in using public transit and having safer roads. You know, First Street is dangerous. I appreciate the shrinking of the streets. I was a kid who would cross McFadden, you know, when it was 4 lanes, and that was a rough, you know, cross. And now it's 1 lane, and it slowed down. And I appreciate the comments as we get used to it, but it didn't slow me down that much. And there was a long line to get on from Bristol to Wright Street, but it went by quick. I'm like, oh, that was quick. The flow was easy and it flowed evenly. So first I was like, damn, everybody's right. This is a mess. There's a long line, but I appreciate the slowing down, and it became safer crossing those streets. And I hope First Street, I just saw a woman getting ran over on First and Wright the other day, and it was just horrific. And hopefully rest in peace to her. We do have deaths on First Street, and it was one of my neighbors, a unhoused woman who was known in the neighborhood. So whenever we can reduce and also help for public transit, and I appreciate everything else everybody has said, but those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vasquez. Councilmember Becerra, go ahead.
Super quick. I know Chief Henry would be mad at me if I didn't ask. As far as Code 3 preemption systems, do we have those on First Street today? No. Okay.
Can you please step up to the mic so that this is captured for the record, please? Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Zekakula City's Traffic Engineering. We do have fire preemption on First Street, but as part of this project, it'd be GIS-based preemption, which is way better, far more responsive. As the emergency apparatus are approaching the intersection, they will be detected well before the intersection, not at the intersection.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becerra. Any other comments? Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I'm really thrilled to be having this conversation. Right, it wasn't too long ago where I said the number one reason why people are dying in our community is because of how dangerous our public streets are. And so I know that this is something that we've been working on internally. I want to thank the leadership team. I want to thank Public Works for not just applying for the grant, but making sure that you gave our community the best opportunity, because ultimately we're talking about how do we protect our residents, right? And so I think that this is going to be a really transformational project, whatever concept the community wants to see us support, and whatever concept the council ends up supporting, even if it's not the concept that I ultimately want. I think that whatever change can happen in a good direction is going to be great. And so, I First Street, as I understand it, is a top bus route. Right? I see you nodding your heads. And so I think the statistic that you opened up with was probably sobering for so many of our residents. And I also think that it is really great that our community is understanding that over 50%, 55% of our residents here use public transportation, not as a luxury, but because it allows them to get to work, to get to school, to go to the doctors, to go grocery shopping, to do the mundane things that many of us do by using our cars. And so I think it is imperative for me, for my office, to approach this conversation from the understanding that my role is to support all of our residents, and to understand that I want to see investments in public transportation, because the data is telling me that the overwhelming majority of our constituents depend on this service, right? We've said for many years, right, that the city of Santa Ana provides the ridership for agencies like OCTA to exist, right? And so I do think it is imperative that we support that mode of transportation. And I would be very, very, very supportive of seeing single lanes for buses on First Street, right? For me, I cannot ignore the data that is being presented. I want to make sure that buses are, I'm not even trying to be funny, but that they're reliable and fast for people to get to where they need to get to. And so if there is a concept here that my office can support that is going to accomplish that, that is what I will do. The only concept that I can tell you now definitively that I will not be supported is concept 1, for the obvious reasons that it is not providing a robust tools to protect our constituents from what we're seeing in our community right now. And so I just want to thank the consultants, the entire team, for being honest and just saying that, because I think that is imperative for our entire council to understand. And so I don't know that I'm ready to commit to a concept, but I think that we're heading in the right direction. And overall, when we can have elevated bike lanes to the level that sidewalks are on, actual trees with a large canopy, when we can have expanded sidewalks so that people don't feel crammed in our public streets, those are all the things that I'm going to be supportive of, because I think that they're important. I hear from my constituents every single time, that they love the East Coast. They love Boston. They love Europe because of how safe it feels for them to be able to walk, in walkable communities. How safe it feels and how good it feels for them to be able to rely on a reliable public transportation system, right? I don't think that, investing in one area is necessarily going to create all of that, but I think it is a change in a good direction, because ultimately these are the systems in place that we need to be investing in, for the obvious reasons, because more people are aware of their own footprint, and I think that concept 3, I think that other concepts would also help address the mission of the city, the goals that this body has discussed in terms of reducing our own greenhouse emissions. And so I think that there's a lot more that we can flush out here, but overall, thank you to Public Works, thank you, Rudy, thank you to the entire team that has been going out to community meetings, to all of the folks that are helping us move this project forward. This is the first step. There is still more time for community members to give us your feedback. I know that for many of you, this is the first time that you're hearing about this, seeing this, and so please let us know what you think. I think all of those comments are going to be helpful for this council to make the appropriate choice moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, staff and our consultant, for this presentation. I feel like I need more little movies or something, maybe some background music. But I definitely don't love concept one. I just think the more types of uses that you get mixed up in there, it gets scary, it gets dangerous for folks. I would be too afraid to ride a bike, although I don't like riding bikes in general, so maybe scratch that. I think my favorite as presented is concept 2. I do know a lot of cyclists who don't want to, ride their bike with cars. It's scary, especially when it's very trafficy. Obviously, always support separated bike lanes, protected bike lanes. I think that's just really important as we move forward throughout the city and as we enhance our streets. I guess I'm not informed enough about the buses, and I think that is something that we should bring OCTA in to have a conversation with them, see what they can commit to. And I think we obviously have very high bus ridership, but if it's only going to be a portion of First Street, what does that look like? How does that actually improve? Are people just commuting through First Street? Are they going end to end in that area? Let's take a look at that, because I guess my question is, if people are cycling and they're staying on First Street, that would be a bigger priority to me than if a bus is just driving through and you're taking up all this space that otherwise can have protected bike lanes, and for pedestrians because of all the kids walking to school in that area or going to the local businesses. But other than that, I would love to see those two ideas fleshed out with OCTA at the table. And I do agree in part with Councilmember Vasquez, who said, you kind of have a chicken or the egg issue with the buses. But at the same time, just because we put these protected lanes out there, we don't know if they're going to increase bus routes. We don't know if they're actually going to provide the services that we need and we want. But what we do know is that we do have a lot of pedestrians. We do have cyclists, a lot of kids in that area. But thank you again. And I guess I look forward to whatever next steps that we need to bring back. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Fan. I just wanted to make sure we had quorum. Thank you for the presentation to our staff and the consultants. I'm kind of torn. I go back and forth between concept 2 and 1, just because all of these look great. I'm definitely not supportive of bus-only bike lanes, just because I've seen and continue to get the wrath every single day from our constituents about the changes we've made to Standard, the changes we've made to McFadden. That is an ongoing just frustration from our residents of those changes that are well intended, and I'm hoping are when they're completed, they're everyone learns to get used to them, right, and adapt. But I keep thinking about that, and so I guess one of the things that I wanted to see is I'm happy that we did a lot of the outreach that was noted in the presentation, the different in-person touchpoint meetings and the social media engagements. But what I would like to see is the actual comments, the feedback from residents, samples of the feedback that we heard. Right now, currently, we're just seeing that we saw, 521 responses from the online surveys. But what were those responses? What was the majority of those responses? What did they say? And the comments along the lines of all the other engagement meetings, what was the feedback, right? I know that a lot of these concepts that are being presented today, I was shown these concepts before we did these these outreach meetings in a meeting with Public Works. So I know that these concepts aren't a true reflection of the feedback that we heard from our constituents. So I would like to see what those comments were, because these concepts were already designed before the feedback was before the outreach was done. I mean, that's just the reality. And if I'm mistaken, please speak now.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We started with 12 concepts in total in looking at this originally. That was then whittled down to 8. And as we went through the community meetings, those 8, through the feedback from the community, have been narrowed down to these 3. But I appreciate the comments, and when we come back, we can bring more detailed information as to what the survey responses were for each one, and how the community specifically pointed to these 3 concepts.
Okay. Yeah, I would like. Go ahead,
Mayor Pro Tem. Just to interject, so to provide context, because I think Acting Director really didn't give it so much. Literally 12 concepts, and as a reminder, right? We're looking at a main arterial in the center of our city where we have a lot of accidents, literally deaths, right? And as was mentioned, you saw the speed, right? So it's a high-speed area, a lot of commuters, a lot of bicyclists, a lot of pedestrians, a lot of accidents. So when Public Works and when the consultant says, how do we mitigate that? And so that came with 12 concepts. From those 12 concepts got mitigated to 8. From those 8, the 3 you saw today was that. So you are correct, to put it bluntly. There were preconditioned in that in presentations, but the moment was why there were preconditions to address those key critical factors. How do you minimize speed? How do you avert any more dangerous conditions? How do you improve some of those areas? And again, those were the key concepts they looked at.
Thank you for that, Mr. City Manager, which I appreciate, but I would still really appreciate seeing that feedback of what is the desire of our constituency. And I appreciate the desire to help get people from one side of the street to the other side of the street, because that is very important. I remember about 4 or 5 years ago, a lot of the residents down in Memorial Park area were asking for a crosswalk. They wanted a marked crosswalk on St. Andrew, and we've had this conversation, Mr. City Manager, between Flower and Baker, because there's a park and there's people that are trying to cross a wide stretch of St. Andrew and having to run half the time because of how fast cars are coming. And I was told by the previous Public Works Director that we couldn't put a crosswalk there because then the city becomes liable for people trying to cross the street and to get to the park, which to me I thought was one of the most stupid things I've ever heard. But that was what I was told, right? Of why we couldn't put a crosswalk there. So I'm hearing staff, and I appreciate, and I want to see crosswalks where we can put them, because First Street does have large stretches of streets where people can't safely cross the street, and that should be our goal. So how do we navigate that change? I mean, I know that state law has changed in regards to jaywalking, and is that something that we've seen an increase in since that law took place? Chief of Police, I see you nodding your head.
Yes, thank you, MPT. We did collect that data, and prior to the law, AB 2147, Freedom to Walk Act, prior to the law in 2022, we had 153 pedestrian traffic collisions. In 2023, the first year, we had 202. That's about a 30% plus increase. In 2024, we had 214. So there is a significant increase after AB 2147.
Yeah, and that's good to know, because again, where I'd support any concept that moves towards that direction to helping people safely cross the street and narrow the streets where we can, specifically on with crosswalks and neighborhood adjacent to neighborhoods, but also obviously the reduction of lanes is, again, we obviously I would love to be the East Coast, but at the same time, there isn't a day that has gone by since the construction on Standard and McFadden started that I don't hear it from a resident, from a constituent, of why are we doing this? Who made this decision? This isn't what people wanted. So it opens up that thought, right? That is this something that we should take a bigger pulse on, or a better pulse on from our residents, whether it's moving towards putting it towards the voters of what they'd like to see, and I'm just thinking out loud here. This isn't something that I definitely want to do, but just a general idea. But those are my comments. Overall supportive of leaning towards 2, like 1, just because it maintains those lanes. But those are my comments. With that, does anybody else have any comments? No? Okay. All right. Mr. City Manager, have you captured the council's direction and desire?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. It says you're going to summarize all of that, but I don't expect you to. Do you want to?
No, I'm not going to summarize
Thank
that
you
today.
for that.
I do want
All
to
right.
thank the, let's be blunt here. I do want to thank again, Acting Public Director Rudy Rosas and the consultant. I think they did a great job. Again, this is that type of, again, only because Councilmember Vasquez mentioned it, the whole chicken and the egg kind of mentality. We do got to start, making this type of changes in this way. If I recall, Chief, our fatalities last year, pedestrian bicycle was what, 36? Over 30.
34 fatalities.
Right. So those are the things we're trying to mitigate and minimize, and still avert the concerns that you said. As far as the individual crosswalks in the neighborhoods among neighborhood parks, ask us again, and we'll evaluate.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. That brings us to City Manager comments. Mr. City Manager, can we please hear your comments at this time?
So this is an acknowledgement to the Carpenters Units upgrades at the baseball field at Salvador Park. A special shout out to their president and executive director, Jimmy. They've partnered with the cities in Santa Ana and different parks in our neighborhood. And this past January 31st, the local Carpenters Union, in coordination with the Public Works, completed the replacement of the baseball backup at El Salvador Park right before baseball season. And so this is a continued relationship we have with that union, and we will appreciate their work and continued assistance in helping with us. In addition, last week, I had the opportunity to join Councilmember Fan, Councilmember Vasquez and Hernandez in our Mexican sister city, Sahuayo, you see here? Delegation at the celebration and special invitation of the patron saint, San Joselito, which is San Jose Sanchez del Rio. As part of that component, if you notice, go back. So they acknowledge our receipt of the surplus equipment for water. This is a meeting with their fire department and their public, and it's their council members acknowledging our receipt and thanking the city council for their assistance in providing that equipment. As part of the cultural component, we had the opportunity to see their pilgrimage and the patronage of the Saint San Joselito. And this is the event where they actually hide that type of the religious component. And for those who don't recognize or don't know the story of the San Joselito, this is the patron saint of a child, for that matter, who during in Mexico's history of the War of los Cristeros, represented some of the religious faith in Mexico, and part of that acknowledgement and conflict. So they acknowledge and pay patronage for 3 straight days, and they walk. And some of the council members actually joined the pilgrimage, which was 3-4 miles, I believe. So we acknowledge their participation. Me and Councilmember Vasquez didn't do it. Thanks. Yeah. Again, for those that don't recognize, Sahuayo is literally a town like 2 hours away from Guadalajara, and they're famous for their huarache components. And in fact, that's their key aspects. They're known for that for over 100 years as part of the huarache aspect. In this sense, we went to see folks that actually have 3 generations of doing huaraches. In addition, You see on the left side a photograph of a person actually completing one of the Saguayo famous hats in Michoacan. It's known as the Saguayo hat because they're one of the ones that actually make this type of hat. And it's typical of Michoacan, and you see one of the workers there working and forming the hat as far as it appears. And I know many of you bought some, and there's some at the City Council chambers. But this factory, as simple as it looks, is 3 generations doing many, many hats throughout Mexico. We also had the opportunity to look at a panaderia. They're very proud of this panaderia. It's a 3-generation also. And they're the ones that actually, I think, are going to come to our business expo in March. And so you see them showing us the typical component, a factory in Saguayo, not atypical to even one here in the city. And that's our participation there. This is a formal meeting with their city council in the library in Saguayo, and where they're looking to continue to partnership with the city. And so this is one of those components where, as far as the council meeting, in addition to continue partnership, they requested very specific items. One is the exchange of students, both from Santa Ana to Saguayo, and then from Saguayo to Santa Ana. And this whole component of exchange of books and participation in that learning component. So this is a critical moment where you really have a joint meeting with the council members, and of course some of our staff there making point and acknowledging some of the connectivity. And again, what are we doing? We're expanding our relationship, ensuring that when we participate as a sister city with Saguayo, that we're actually making certain types of benefits and enjoying that typical cultural exchange that extends beyond the discussion, beyond the photo ops, so that we're actually delivering on certain items. And that's it. Thank you. It was my first time to Saguayo. I've been to Michoacan, different places in Michoacan. My family is from over there. And so I think one of the things that stood out from the Presidente Municipal, Manuel, and his staff is the fact that they're very cordial, very receptive. And they're looking forward to the second Business Expo. They provided different ideas. I think this coming March 27, I believe, the weekend, you're going to have quite a bit more. We're going to triple the amount of people coming from Michoacan. We're working with the Mexican consulate, so we invite everybody to continue being aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Okay, I will now move on to council comments. I will call on council members to announce their comments. Councilmember Becerra, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to start by asking our chief, as I always do, how many vacancies do we have this month?
33.
33. Okay, thank you for that. Recently, there was an article that was published regarding a court case that was filed alleging retaliation against a former Santa Ana police officer, or police employee, involving former Santa Ana Police Chief David Valentin. In that article, the author shared with the public, those who were not in the courtroom during that trial, that, quote, while Valentin was on the stand, Attorney John Barber revealed that Valentin, who retired in October of 2023, has a contract with the city that gives him $300 per hour to cooperate in the ongoing cases. The contract is not listed on the city's public documents portal. Barber revealed that an amendment to the contract was made specifically for this case, where his hourly rate for cooperation was increased to $350 per hour. Since this information was published in a public place, I've been asked by numerous residents about that contract. So I just want to be very clear right here that I was not informed of that decision by the city attorney or the then former acting city manager to enter into that agreement. And I would not have supported it if it came to the council. And I do not support that agreement with Valentin today. And I do not support the amendment to that agreement signed by our city attorney to increase the amount paid to Valentin. There were other police officers, both current and former, who have testified, and they were not compensated by the city to, as the agreement with Valentin states, for Valentin's cooperation, assistance, participation, and appearance. Given the questions that I've been asked by residents, all who were in shock that our city attorney would enter into such an agreement, I felt it was very important to make it very, very clear that I did not know about that agreement. until that article was publicly published, and that I do not support the approval of that agreement. And on a much more lighter note, I want to wish everybody a Chukmang Happy New Year, Happy Lunar New Year. Last night I had the opportunity to visit various temples throughout Santa Ana, Westminster, and Garden Grove. And Ty, help me if I butcher this, but I had a great time at the last temple, which was Hui Kwang, right?
Almost.
Go for it. What is it?
Hui Guang.
That place. I went there and I had an amazing time right there on Westminster. Our police were doing a great job of making sure that folks were enjoying themselves safely. So I want to acknowledge that. And then we're kind of in an interesting day. So today is the beginning of Ramadan for our Muslim friends and neighbors. So I'd like to wish all of them a Ramadan Mubarak and Ramadan Kareem, which is basically have a blessed and generous Ramadan. And then for our Catholic and Episcopalian friends and neighbors, you know, tonight is Fat Tuesday and tomorrow is Ash Wednesday, or the beginning of Lent. So I just want to wish everybody a peaceful Lenten season, and may you be able to power through those Lenten sacrifices. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Hernandez, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good job on today's meeting, sir. Congratulations on running a very efficient meeting.
Thank you.
I want to thank the members of the public who tuned into today's council meeting, as well as the city staff who prepared our agenda. I wanted to just share with the public that the city of Santa Ana did pay for my travel to visit our sister city of Sahuayo from February 8th through February 12th. I had the honor of joining the pilgrimage. I participated in the walk. I participated in the mass, as well as got the privilege to participate in their council meeting. The sister city relationship that embarked and began in 2021 has now seen the city of Santa Ana donate surplus water equipment, and it's important to us that when Sahuayo prospers, Santa Ana prospers. So I want to thank our city manager's office. I want to thank our deputy city manager, Sylvia Vasquez, for being there. You both represented the city with pride and with integrity, and you made us very proud to be electeds from the city of Santa Ana. Because to see our executive management team out there fully diving into the culture that is Sahuayo, when we have over 40,000 residents who live in the city with roots from that beautiful town. You all got to see firsthand that our residents are in that community. They were participating in the pilgrimage. We ran into residents who were wearing Santa Ana hats, and we would bother them and say, can we take a picture with you? And it was really something that truly was humbling to be on the receiving end of. I was with City Manager Nunez, and I ran into a former kindergarten teacher of mine. Her sisters were there, and they live in the neighborhood where I live in as well. And that connection is so sacred, because I had no idea how deep those roots were. But to see that with you all is very special, so I want to say thank you. I also want to thank the City Manager's Office for working with residents in Sullivan, and kindly want to ask you to update the entire council. If you can send us an email about what our CDA department is doing to work with the residents from Coach Royale. I understand that there are residents who have not filled out paperwork entirely. If we can have our staff follow up with them at your direction, City Manager, I think if we can meet them halfway, whatever barriers do exist, let's help identify them, and let's help those residents get that paperwork in so that we can fully get the best picture of what's happening to these residents, and then we could take the appropriate steps to help them. And I would also just like to close in memory of Vicky Tafoya. I know we closed in memory in the past, but I just want to formally do this and request that we send her family a certificate in memory of our adjournment. That'll conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. Well, happy Lunar New Year, everybody. I had an amazing time celebrating Tets at Centennial Park with our community, and I want to wish you all happiness, good health, and prosperity in the year of the horse, Chakmang Nang Moe. And I also just want to invite our community to our next park cleanup on March 7th at Santiago Park. There's been a lot of rain, a lot of winds. There's going to be a lot of debris. So please come on out and join us. Help us take care of our local park. Help us protect our waterways, and get involved. It's a really great way to meet other people and contribute overall positively to the city. I also, just want to echo your comments, City Manager, and thank the carpenters for always asking, how can we help the city? How can we give back to this community that has given us so much? They've helped us in Santiago Park, and I'm very grateful to their leadership, to their members who do this work on their day off, right? Like, we have to remember that they're doing this for free. And so, they're putting their skills to the test here. And so I think it's a beautiful partnership. I hope that we can only strengthen it. And I just really want to thank them for their efforts to help us beautify our community spaces. And as my colleague mentioned, tomorrow does mark the beginning of Ramadan, a sacred month observed by our Muslim community all around the world and here in the city of Santa Ana as well. And Ramadan is a time of fasting, praying, reflection, and generosity from dawn to sunset. Those who are able to fast as an act of faith, discipline, and spiritual renewal. It's also, I think, a time for us to really center compassion and understanding, and care for our neighbors, help feed the hungry, strengthen family bonds, and deepen one's commitment to justice and service. And to really our constituents, I just want to wish you a peaceful and meaningful Ramadan. May this month bring you clarity, strength, and countless blessings. I hope that we can acknowledge it via the city social media channels. City Manager, I think that would be meaningful to a large constituency here. And I just really hope that people are allowed to express their religious freedom and their cultural expression, because it is a foundational to our democracy. And so I do believe that our diversity is one of our greatest strengths, and I will always be proud to defend these human rights. I also want us to, I think lastly, on behalf of my office, I wanted to provide a quick update. The city manager and the city attorney have been in consistent contact for many months because of all the work that happens citywide, but really in the district. And I just wanted to share with our community that has been really invested that the methadone clinic on East First Street is officially closed. And our team can confirm that, and they also don't have any plans to reopen. And as things develop, we will continue to keep our community informed via our newsletter. And I just really want to thank our leadership team, the city attorney, for being, all of us, right? Like, we're on the receiving end of so much on a day-to-day. And so I think that this is, our community is seeing all the investments in East First Street. We just had a productive conversation about the investments that we want to make, and this is part of that bigger vision. And so I just want to thank you all for your work that you do day in and day out. And, it doesn't always get discussed. It doesn't always get highlighted, but it really means so much to us in Ward 3, particularly the neighborhoods that have been on the receiving end of inaction for many, many years. And so I think that this is moving, our district in the right direction. And so I want to thank you all for the consistent follow-up. We've had very tough conversations. We fought, but we are getting things done. And so I just want to thank you all. PD, code, planning, really it's been an entire team effort. And so I want to thank you all for your contributions to getting us here. And again, have a good night. Thank you, MPT, for a very efficient and respectful meeting. Have a good night.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the city as well for paying my travels to Sahuayo, Michoacan, Mexico. It was a beautiful travel. And also thank you to the staff of Sahuayo, the mayor, Manuel, and all the work that they did and treated us really good. And we had a great time. And not only that, but we were able to see their artisan work and how beautiful it was and have conversations, and that we're gonna expand it. We're gonna expand it this year. And my goal is, like, as I said at the meeting, like, let's expand it again, and let's expand it incrementally every year, so we fill up our hotels with that word that Councilmember Phil Becerra likes so much, that TOT tax, right? When we expand it so big that it supports Santa Ana, and it's something that it would work well for both communities, and it's doing it now as it's bringing people to us. We were able to go to the library that is in need, so I want to see if my office can start some kind of community support to do a book drive. I've done before, but how do we get the books there? And that's just a work that I want to take on, to see how the people of Sahuayo and Santana are going to support the library there, and we'll get it going and do the infrastructure for that through my office. We were also invited to go to a special needs school, and it was just joyous and beautiful, and the kids were amazing. We had a good time. One kid just dragged me around and wanted to show me every classroom, and finally we had to take him back to eat because he hadn't ate his lunch, and he had a limited time, but we were playing soccer and having a great time. When I say we, I mean Gassan was playing soccer. And it was a beautiful event, and I want to do a teacher-to-teacher support for that particular school and see what we can do to get in manipulatives or raise funds till they have tablets for speech and to communicate. So we're looking at that as teachers, as we spoke about that as we were there. So there's a lot of work to be done, and appreciate for us being there and helping to support where the support is needed. Also, I want to wish everybody a happy Lunar New Year. Looking forward to the parade in Westminster this Saturday. A happy Ramadan to everybody. We are going to bring taco trucks at every mosque for iftar, where we break fast at sunset in Santa Ana, and they're halal tacos in a taco truck through taco trucks at every mosque. And I'm looking forward to having those tacos as well. I want to mention thank you to the Police Oversight Commission for taking on the U visa and making it easier. It reforms the necessary barriers for immigrants and victims of crime seeking the certification required to pursue immigration relief. And we've broken down the barriers that we had. I want to thank Councilmember Jesse Lopez for inviting me to a meeting with Sandra DeAnda and families that were affected by this, and to a meeting with the city manager. Thank you, city manager, for bringing this forward, and thank you, Sandra and Jesse and the families, for including me with it. I want to thank the Police Oversight Commission for taking on the work, for OC Justice Fund and Western State College for doing some of that research along with the community. I really want to thank my commissioner, Carlos Perea, who I met when he was 15, undocumented child, organizing with the Orange County Dream Team. He went on to organize a group called Raiz, and then Resilience OC, and he helped organize a lot of new orgs around Orange County that are doing this work. So I do appreciate all the work that everybody is doing, and it's just a good day for Santa Ana that we continue to bring on this work. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you, Councilmember Vasquez. And if you guys have noticed, I am not Mayor Amezcua. With their permission, I'm going to tell you guys that she was out tonight she had a planned medical procedure. Councilmember Fan, I'm sorry. Did I skip you? I did skip you. Councilmember Fan, go ahead.
It is Lunar New Year. You didn't even wear your aoyai today.
Okay, we're doing this. All right. I know. Go ahead.
Well, first, Happy New Year. Chúc mừng năm mới to everyone. Thank you so much to all the staff who wore their aoyai. It was truly wonderful. I remember my first year here being the only one who wore an aoyai, and every year we've progressively, I kind of, threatened in a gentle manner everyone to wear an aoyai, and it really means a lot. I think that the fact that our leadership team, our city, our employees are so reflective of our community, and so willing to be open to the different cultures in our community and to really embrace it, I think is such a wonderful symbol of what Santa Ana is. So I too was in Saguayo. The city paid for my trip. It was my second time there, and I always learned so much working with our community and our team there. Being able to see what we can do to help residents there with our surplus water equipment, which also coincided with my 5th year serving on the Metropolitan Water District Board, to see how crucial this work is, and the fact that they don't have access to these resources and this equipment is something that I think a lot of us take for granted. But it's not just for their benefit, right? We are working on economic development here in the city of Santa Ana. There are a lot of warehouses in Ward 1, and I would love to see that expand in Santa Ana and for our residents. I want to thank the Parks and Recs Department, our libraries, and everybody involved in our Santa Ana Lunar New Year Festival. It was very well attended. It was super fun. It's just always so wonderful to see our family members, our community come out, and again, celebrating these different cultures. I mentioned that Santa Ana is the gateway to Little Saigon. We are the home to Little Saigon. Many of us refugees have no other home but Santa Ana, and to really see my culture celebrated here, where before you could come to City Hall and not have anyone who spoke your language, is truly an incredible thing to see. I also want to congratulate my cousin Kathy for getting engaged. And I was in Philadelphia, and I want to bring this up because I was able to visit the Liberty Bell. And the bell has a message that says, "Proclaim liberty throughout all the land until all the inhabitants thereof." And that is, I think, something that we strive to do here in the city of Santa Ana and as Americans. And I think that was particularly poignant for me as a refugee and immigrant, and especially during Black History Month. So I want to read a little poem from a little shop I visited in Collingswood, New Jersey. And it's a shortened version of a poem that the shop owner's great-grandmother had. She was born in 1904 in Jim Crow South in South Carolina, I believe, and migrated north with the Great Migration. And the poem's called Chatterbox. They call me a little chatterbox, but my name is Little May. The reason that I talk so much, I have so much to say. I love my mama and my daddy. I love my sister too. And if you'll be real good to me, I'll be sure to love you. And I think that really resonated with me because as a young Black girl in the Jim Crow South, and to be able to speak your truth, to be able to speak up for yourself, and to be able to grow up and raise a family in this country, is something that is, I guess, we're all trying to strive for. And so with that, I wish everybody a great Lunar New Year, a reflective Black History Month, and a safe time out there because I hear it's still raining. Have a good night.
Member Fan, apologies for skipping you over. Made me feel really bad there. I should have let you close the meeting. I mean, that was beautiful. Thank you for that. But with that, the mayor was out tonight. For the record, she had a planned medical procedure on her knee. She gave me permission to say that. I didn't violate any HIPAA laws. So she should be back at the next council meeting. We wish her a speedy recovery. And with that, I am just very sad that I missed the TET Festival. I missed Saguayo. My family and I were on a planned vacation, much needed, but we're back now. And but I'm thankful that it went well and the pictures were beautiful. Jealous I wasn't there to participate at both Saguayo and the TET Festival. So thank you, Councilmember Fan, for your leadership there, and Parks and Rec and everyone involved in making that happen. With that, I won't say much more. Councilmember Becerra already mentioned it. Tomorrow is Ash Wednesday. So remember that you are dust, and to dust you shall return. Happy Ramadan. And I hope that the next 40 days of Lent, people really reflect and use that to whatever that means to you, really. Anyways, that's it. Good night. Meeting adjourned with no further business before the City Council. I hereby adjourn the City Council meeting. The next City Council meeting will be held on March 3rd, 2026.